Rains and strong winds from today as a weakening low-pressure system, Cyclone Chenge, moves to westwards over the southwest Indian Ocean. The weatherman says the system, currently located about 500 kilometers north of Madagascar, continues to weaken as it drifts across the northern Mozambique Channel toward the East African coast. Although the system's strength has reduced, its proximity to Kenya and Tanzania may still influence weather conditions over southern coastal areas early in the week. The weatherman has cautioned residents in coastal counties and those involved in marine activities to exercise vigilance and stay updated through official advisories. Fishermen and marine operators have been urged to avoid deep sea ventures due to the risk of rough seas and strong gusts. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has defended the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2025, saying the new law is designed to safeguard families, especially children, from harmful online content, violent extremism and cultism. He was speaking on Sunday during a church service at the Catholic Church in Malava, Kakamega County. Wetangula dismissed claims that the law seeks to stifle free speech, describing it as a moral safeguard for responsible digital behavior. He emphasized that the law empowers a dedicated commission to identify, penalize and take down websites promoting harmful content such as cultism, violent extremism and pornography.
Mmesikia kule Shakahola watu tumechimbua makaburi mpaka tumewacha wengine bado wako chini. Wamechimbua karibu watu 500 na zaidi. Mtu ameshika simu anaita watu, ukiingia hapo hutoki. Sisi tunataka kurudi kwa Mungu siku ile Mungu ametupangia. Hatutaka kuharakishwa na wakora na wahalifu na wahuni wakitumia mitandao. Na hivyo ndivyo itakuwa. Na hiyo sheria, nashukuru sana kanisa letu la Kikatoliki for a change, because our church has been very critical of very many things.
At the same time, National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah said the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2025 aims to curb online cultism, extremism and pornography and not free speech.
Na kati ya malengo ya hiyo sheria ni kukinga kanisa dhidi ya dini potovu ama cultic behavior and religious extremism. Wale watu ambao ni waporojo, they have been peddling lies that the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill or Act is there to undermine the rights of Kenyans to communicate or to engage with each other on social media.
The Court of Appeal has ruled that an employee cannot avoid disciplinary action by resigning or purporting to retire after being accused of misconduct. A 3-judge bench comprising Mohamed Wasame, John Mativo and Gashoka Mwaniki upheld a 2020 decision of the Employment and Labour Relations Court in Nakuru, which found that former Tim Cells Limited employee Peter Shege could not choose retirement to evade disciplinary proceedings. They added that Shege's retirement without notice was invalid as the disciplinary process had already commenced. The case arose after Tim Cells employees staged an unprotected strike in July 2018, prompting the company to issue show-cause letters. Shege, accused of absenteeism and damaging property, sought to retire in June 2019. Teams from Egypt and the International Committee of the Red Cross or ICRC have been allowed to search for bodies of deceased hostages taken during the October 7th attacks. The Israeli government said the teams have been permitted to search beyond the so-called yellow line in the area controlled by the Israeli Defense Forces or IDF in Gaza. Separately on Sunday, Israeli media reported that Hamas members had also been allowed to enter the IDF-controlled area of Gaza to aid the search alongside the ICRC teams. Hamas has transferred 15 out of 28 deceased Israeli hostages under the first phase of a US brokered ceasefire deal, which requires it to hand over all hostage bodies. The group said it's now coordinating with Egyptian authorities. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with people with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something we must do.
Must do. Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And just like that, it's the 27th of October. Why?
Summer end month. Summer end month.
Hapana, wewe sema tena. Hebu ngoja useme tena. Sijui hivi inafanya nini. Hivi. Nope.
Bado.
Nope. Bas. Lakini sijui amekuweka wapi, atakurudisha baadaye because uko Shakahola.
Niko Shakahola? Nirudishe bana.
Hivi.
Nitakwenda Shakahola.
Utarudi hivi baadaye because uko.
Kwa mbali sana.
Sana.
Bring me closer home.
How are you?
Go fit you,
No, not bad, not bad.
How was your weekend?
It was all right. Very busy.
Very busy. Okay, busy is good.
Busy is good. Yeah, just kind of calming as well. My boy is sitting exams today. Yeah.
Congratulations to them.
Yeah, he'll be good. He'll be fine, I'm sure.
Yeah? So it's around 8?
8:30, I think.
8:30,
8:30, yeah, that's what it is. Around the country, hundreds of thousands, actually students in the millions, are sitting exams right now. Of course, the KPSEA starts today, as well as the KJSEA, and of course, KCSE in this week. So, I mean, millions of students sitting for exams. And we just pray that as everything that they have learnt and all the knowledge that they have gathered will be retained with a complete understanding as they do their exams getting into today.
Yeah.
Big milestone, of course, with KJSEA. It's a big one. It's the first one. It's the inaugural one, of course, with the first ever cohort of CBC students sitting that as grade 9s, getting into grade 10 next year. And of course, it's a placement exam, so it'll then help you know where you'll be placed in grade 10.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a big marker. It's a big one.
Can you say for this curriculum, I mean, it's based off the outcome. It will then depend on what needs to be changed, what needs fixing, what needs to be improved on. You know, so it's a milestone pretty much, you know, not just for the students themselves, but for the country and the education system.
Absolutely. Yeah. What happens with this and what they're able to then do with it moving forward is a big deal.
Yeah.
It is. It is. It is. How was your weekend?
My weekend was good, chill. Yeah, I just spent it indoors. Yeah, the weather also did that thing. It was raining, hapakule, but yeah, it was good. Rain is good.
Rain is good.
Yeah, especially when it's hitting the window.
And you're inside the house.
And you're inside the house and it's warm.
Even better.
But,
that's good.
Then there is unga that was sent from Migori County, Uji, so a mixture of that as well.
Mrs. Aseto just knew what to do.
Slaps different.
In this case, when we say Mrs. Aseto, we mean the one who birthed him.
Oh, Mrs. Aseto. Actually, she is Mrs. Aseto. She is my dad, so yeah.
Exactly, that's why I said Mrs. Aseto. Lakini sasa wewe ulikuwa umeenda mbali.
You know, my actual name is Toll.
Toll, Toll.
Yes.
Okay. So your wife would be Mrs. Toll?
Yes.
Bas. So that's what you see. I was correct. Mrs. Aseto is the one who understood that Uji is needed for cold weather.
Exactly.
Bas. Guess who's back?
Who?
EVE. She was jumping around the country, just everywhere, doing things, talking to people.
Yeah, live
going
Wisha.
gallivanting. Now
Live
she's
Wisha.
back. Live Wisha is what they say. Gallivanting, hopping about like a bunny rabbit.
Yeah.
Everybody's fine. And then Joylene is looking at me badly because I asked her where is our chair. I'll announce you people on national radio. Joylene, you took our chair. Bring our chair. I've told everybody it's you. You took our chair. But how are you? Very good. Even George there took our chair. All of you should return. And Kevin, bring our chair. I will tell everybody that people took our chair. I've told them. I've named them. So bring our what?
We'll just go to Mercy.
We'll just talk to Mercy.
She's done with the barcode readers.
Well, Dennis Okari makes his way back, of course, after funeral that they had to attend and all of that. So, of course, wishing him the best as he comes back into Nairobi today. And then we continue with our conversations as we need to do. There are so many things that are happening in the country at the moment. And of course, in the region, in the world, people from outside the continent are making demands. We'll let you know what some of those things are. But we're going to get into a conversation and let me let you know what those will be today on this 27th day of October. Our live streams are up YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And good morning to our audience on KTN. It's Dennis Aseto and Ndu Okoh with you on the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation and getting into quite a number of things today. All right, what are those going to be? You ask. I'll tell you in just a bit. We're going to analyze things as from 7 o'clock. We would love to have a conversation with all of us today, and we're going to analyze things. Bosco and Nyamweya. I was thinking about that today, and I thought it could be a band. But yeah, Bosco and Nyamweya will be with us at 7 o'clock. We'll analyze some of these things. Let me ask you, as people are all trooping to Opoda Farm, everybody, as in it's like a museum, doors are open, everybody in, out. Do you really think it's just to pay last respects to Raila Odinga?
You know, the most unfortunate part is that everybody who's going there is just going there for political expediency. They've turned late Honorable Raila Odinga's graveyard to be another political dais.
Couldn't have said it better. And unfortunately, what it does is that it waters down the potency of those who are being authentic.
Yes.
There are those who go to pay their last respects and are being authentic and have left it unscarred and go. But now it's like, okay, it's the flavor of the month. It's the next new thing. If you've not gone to a Opoda Farm, then you're not with it. You're not on the right side politically. And is that where we've reached? We'll analyze that and other things. There are thoughts of a looming cabinet reshuffle. The rumors are thick in the air. And of course, we see social media awash with a number of things politically. We'll have some of those conversations. Which way, Kenya? And in this week, and not even today, but I just want to talk about, okay, it's going dark. Is the world ending? Is it, have we been left behind? Apocalypse? Nini? They've left us, others have gone.
Kenya Power may know they've unword their lines.
Sindio? Okay, it's back. We've not gone just yet. Okay. You still have some time. So, this week, people are saying there's voter suppression in terms of what we should then be able to do. We'll touch a little bit on that today. In terms of the numbers of people who have registered for vote, we don't yet have 100,000 people having registered. We don't. The goal is 6 million people. That's the target. 6.3 million people. We don't yet have 100,000 people having registered across as voters. It's a month.
Yeah.
It's a month. So people are talking about voter suppression. People are talking about IEBC. Have you seen one ad for people telling people to come out and vote? I've seen that there are politicians who've put gigantic billboards around the city and parts of the country and telling people go and vote. But if anything, it makes you pay attention to the politician and not to the point that which is in the fine print that you should actually be voting. That's a conversation that we're going to have later in the week, but it's going to touch on some stuff that we'll talk about between now and 7 o'clock. Now, there's a politician who is resting in Nakuru. His name is Koigi Wawamwere. He was part of the struggle. He fought in the front lines with Raila Odinga. And there are very many things that he said, this is what Kenya must attain. This is where Kenya must get to in terms of freedoms for us to then really be able to tap into this thing that we talk about, independence. And he's got a thing or two to say. And we're going to have an live link with him from his farm in Nakuru. We're going to talk with him this morning at 9 o'clock. So that will be interesting as we just get to hear his insights. It's been a while since he's spoken, but his words that he spoke 20 years ago are still very loud and resonant today. So we'll have a conversation then with him at 9 o'clock, and that's what we'll do today, guys. So Karibu Sana, thank you for joining us every morning as you do. I can see that you're already streaming into the room, and those who are listening silently, thank you for being part of this conversation. We never do take it for granted. And as we get into it, we thank you that we can get into this discourse that will essentially shape and form how we think, how we speak, and in turn, how we act. All right. Before we get into saying hello to you, where are you taking us this week, man?
We are in Sao Tome. You know, Sao Tome and Principe. That's a beautiful name, man.
It is,
You know?
very.
And it's a country with a population of 241,790. All right? And an island nation in the Gulf of Guinea, known for being the continent's second smallest country. And its chocolate islands are due to its historical cocoa production.
Oh, wow.
Right?
That would be fun.
Yeah, so it is a beautiful country, and the climate is tropical, characterized by hot, humid conditions and abundant rainfall. So when you talk about such a beautiful country, it speaks of one of the smallest country, a small population. But let's go to the proverb that we get today from the people of Sao Tome, shall we? Okay, if I could only get it.
You can find your book.
If I could only get it, because... Oh, yes.
Good man.
Everything has a beginning and an end.
It's true.
It's true.
It's just like that.
It's just like that.
Yeah. For real.
You know,
nothing lasts forever.
Nothing lasts forever.
So you either take advantage of it, whereby you say, let's enjoy these moments and let's do the most that we can with them. And let's do the best that we can with them. You enjoy that moment. Or you say, let's live through it and let's have persistence and let's be able to face the challenge, because a tough situation will not last forever. We've been through we have come out on top of our worst situations, haven't we? As we sit here, we've come out on top of the worst. That the worst that we thought at the moment was happening, we thought the world was going to come to an end. But here we are. We may be living through the circumstances of those worst situations, but they essentially taper off. The same thing happens with what would be a joyful, good, amazing situation. It's going to end at some point, and it'll take on a different persona per se, but you can decide to enjoy every moment of it and take advantage of that time, because it will not last forever. So whichever side you look at it, nothing lasts forever.
There's a story that my dad keeps telling us. I don't know why, but my dad says the only time when a child is closest to the parents is before they are born. But even then, it is the beginning to that child living to go live their own life. So with every birthday that you celebrate, it is getting closer to that child going to live their own life and starting a different generation altogether. So as like when you're saying your boy is sitting the exams, what does that really mean? That is another milestone in their life.
Absolutely.
So after that, they get to high school, they sit their final exams, they get to campus, and with every milestone, the gap continues to widen.
True. And you know, I just think about him. So he's 12 and then his younger brother is 9. And I'm thinking, I'm a very snuggly, moochy person, and I think that now he's getting to the point whereby he's like, no, mom, don't hug me.
Don't hug me in public.
Not with people. But the 9-year-old is still okay with me doing that. But I think about, okay, so I'm going to enjoy those moments when I can, because it'll come to a point where they're going to be standing over there and they don't want me to. So I guess, you're right. Phases, they come to an end, but absolutely. Great proverb, I think, and something we can all pick up from as we get into it this morning. Right. So you guys in the room, Evie is still yet to tell us where she went, but we'll save her that for another day, shan't we? But is it true? Christine says I say shall we a lot. Do I?
Shall we?
Or shan't we? Is it true? You guys tell me, is it true that I say shall we a lot? Let's prove Christine wrong. Good morning, everybody. Ndu Ask Aseto says, somebody called admin. It must be Sabwa.
Okay.
What can he remember about the late Rao?
What I remember about late Rao was, I remember when I just started the career, when he was at the former Prime Minister's office, that is Annex.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was seated in front. I kept on raising my hand to ask a question, but the person who was there in charge of communication kept on pointing on the more established journalists, But one Raila Odinga saw my struggle and said, "Young man,
ask your question."
And
he probably never forgot your face.
And I asked my question. I was like, "Yeah, that's a good question." He gave me my response. And
love it.
Yeah. So that's what I remember Raila Odinga, because it's personal.
For sure. Speaks to the kind of person that he was as well. That's great. So there's your answer. Robert Bogo is tuning from Mombasa. Boaz Nalianya says, good morning. Happy week, Team Spice. Asante Sana. Esil Nzomo says, good morning, guys. Locked in from the Muru Road. Please, Ndu, ask those who are promoting tribalism, which tribe does God belong to? Oh, okay.
Wow.
That's a good question, man. A very good one. Everybody has their God, isn't it? But if there's one supreme being, one God, does he belong to a particular tribe? That's a good question, Esil. Foucault says, Hamjambo, I'm glad to see people every morning who maybe have not commented before, then being able to get into this. Wishing all Kepsea and KJSEA candidates all the best, indeed. Peter Kiaria says, good morning from Mombasa. Never stop working for what you want, but be grateful for what you have now. Isn't that just part of the proverb that we kind of went into just now? Mashari and Njeri is tuning from Portland, Oregon, and says, good morning. Stanley Ngashe says, good morning, team. Best wishes to the Kepsea and KJSEA, including my grade 9 sons, Adrian Ngashe and Mishak Baraza. Indeed, all the best and Godspeed to each and every student. And I just thought about it today, that we assume that it's just a flock of students sitting in a classroom writing a test. The truth of the matter is that there are some brilliant students who don't test well.
True.
There are some maybe not so strong students who test extremely well. There are some who have struggled and have not been able to study. There are some who have not had the resources. There are some who, as of last Friday, did not know if they would be able to make it into the exam hall. And so we pray for all of them. Those who don't test well and those who have a heavy responsibility on their shoulders to perform for themselves, for their teachers, for their parents, that as they walk into those halls today, that they will perform for an audience of one, which is themselves.
There's this young man I was watching the story yesterday. As of last week, he was okay. Then he went on to pick Lockwards. He fell. And from the waist down, he's paralyzed. But as they were having conversations, as at yesterday, he says, I'm going to that class and I'm going to ace it.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for everyone, because we can just assume that it's one blanket, so what? They're getting into a classroom, they're going to write an exam. No. There's some people who are struggling this morning. They're kids, and because we're looking at kids between the ages of 11 and 14 who are sitting these exams today, that every one of them will, just be able to do the best that they can with the circumstances that they have. And I really feel about this, so much. And I just hope that it's a time whereby they will be able to do their best, sans any pressure. Sarah Kilonso says, good morning, tuned in from Nairobi West. Good morning. Eliana Yabesh says, good morning. Best day of the week, best time of the day. I'm a dairy farmer, so no off days for me. So I like when people go back to work. Anyway, me and my cows listen to Spice. I love it. Good morning. Duke FX is tuned in as well. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Andrew Mark is also tuned in from the lakes of Naivasha, from the shores of Lake Naivasha. I beg your pardon. Good morning to you. Shem Ongangi says, good morning from Lunga Lunga border. Good morning to you, Khisa Daniel. Also tuned in to Spice. Fiery Red says, good morning, Spicy team. Leo salams to behind the scenes gang. Lydia, Njeri, John, Bundotich, and even Chacha. Okay, Fiery Red, we see you. And a very, very good morning to you as we get into it this morning. Okay, James Kamau says, good morning. Allow me to appreciate you guys. You would have chosen to review the most amazing bold newspaper in Kenya, but you still take time on other newspapers. Asante Sana, James Kamau. It's always great to be able to start on something that puts, some kind of comfort with somebody. Asante Sana. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, Spice FM crew. Blessed Monday. My Prince says, good morning. TikTokers have done it again. It looks like the future is bright. Let me tell you, Kenyans made me proud to say that, look, here is somebody, and that you can put down all your inhibitions and all your I don't like yous and come together to help somebody who is struggling. Kenyans, fantastic job that was done with that woman who's struggling to take care of her son. And people came together and said, let's do it for you.
Yeah.
And to be able to take somebody's burden, to do something for somebody who can never pay you back, there are blessings that are untold coming your way.
I mean, nothing speaks better than the spirit of Harambee that
Absolutely.
Kenyans have.
Absolutely.
The actual spirit of Harambee.
And don't be surprised that spirit will live through even in this election story, guys. Don't let go of that. Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning from Preston in the UK. Where is Nicholas and Bob? This is a question. We'll be asking more of that, of course. The Ugandan government needs to explain where these two gentlemen disappeared to. They absolutely do. Christopher Ogore says, good morning, tuned in from Maseno. I wish you a blessed and productive week ahead. Good morning, Spices. This is Kento wishing you all a wonderful week ahead. Best wishes to all the candidates in 254. Amen. Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Rogers Lai is here. Sabal Heri Nyote. Josh Willie says, good morning. Success to all candidates of all CBC and KCSE exams, says Bwangi Juma. Aguto Ogembo says, tuned in. Yes. And of course, KCSE students were looking at all to the age of 18, 19, some cases 20. Rahim Tula Omar. Oh, you're asking what the TikTokers did? Yeah, coming together to really help this woman and her son who's been really unwell. Kennedy Ongwai tuned in. All the best to the grade 9 students, even though they went through a lot of challenges. Yes, they've been quite through some. And I guess this would show to their resilience. Atieno says, Hamjamboni, bless you, D squared and Ndu, scientific term meaning team best. Asante Sana. The sisters, good morning. Many things happening indeed. Kabisa. Sevian CK says, hello, Spice, tuned in from Dodoma. How nice. On the ground, people are saying this is their Damascus week. Of course, we are seeing that people across Tanzania are saying, come out on the 29th of October. They're saying, you know what, this is the time that we need to speak out against certain things. And I have to say, look at that. My friend Tundu Lissu was acquitted of all charges. And I saw the resilience in his eye on Friday, and I said, there's something special about this man. And so he's been acquitted. It's been let go. His next move will be very interesting.
Is it true that he decided to still remain
He decided to remain in custody until the 29th of October. That was his decision. Whether he actually will is something different. We don't know. Dr. Van Vick is tuned in this morning. At Sisi Kama Team Spice, we've got to visit Opoda Farm. Sindeo at this rate, kila mtu anaenda. Bwana.
You gotta love it.
I tell you. David Mangera is tuned in this morning and says the situation room, indeed, no situation is permanent. Kabisa. Wenzel Dashington says, Nico Ndani Kabisa. Good morning. Aaron Rashid says, yes, you do. I do. I say it a lot. Okay, let's see if I can get through today without saying it. Well, you know what this means, Aaron? It means that you're listening, and I love it. Good morning, everybody, you say. The sisters. Okay, now you guys are talking to yourself. Thomas Omosa says, waiting for the big conversation. It's a coming. Millie Simi says, good morning. Huku nachu leo tunangoja lami leo from Shell Rudhegeti to SGR. Hoping your stories are Jabba. I'm telling you, we're praying. It happens. Newton Emma says, tuning from Nyakach. Joseph Gema says, yes, Ndu, you do ask, shall we, a lot. All right. Okay. George Okoh says, good morning to everybody. Ndu, Dennis, and EVE. Wishing all the candidates success. Watching from Miami, Florida. Greg Ariwi says, good morning, my people. Washo Gatoto, good morning. Have a great and blessed week to you too, sister. Peter Ray says, it's very cold as we celebrate Halloween in Pennsylvania. Very cold. Temperatures, they are dropping, getting into winter, aren't we? Langat Musem Ukweli, good morning, great team. All politicians must know there is no other political formula for relevance plus survival rather than doing what Kenyans demand. Zero corruption, accountability, and transparency. Spot on, my brother. That's it. Musa Gloria says, tune in from Eldoret. Michelle is tuned in as well. Jockey Waweru says, good morning, Ndo and Dennis, wishing my daughter Samara all the best as she sits her exams. Indeed. Elisha Morano says, good morning, success to our kids. Ambassador Zia Bejon is tuning from Paddington. And Aswan Omondi says, good morning, watching from Nakuru, wishing you a blessed week ahead. Sarah Kilonzo, please help wish my daughter all the best as she sits for exams together with all the other children. Kabisa. Albert Gisoro is tuned in from Kampala. And yeah, we do that, and we'll continue to do that as they start to sit in the next 2 hours or so. We're wishing them the best, indeed, in everything. And as they sit those exams, 3 days for KPSEA, 5 days for KJSEA, and of course the month-long exams of KCSE. Everybody, you will do well. You will do well, and it will end in praise.
It will end in praise.
All right. So let's look into the headlines, shall we? On there it is. I just realized that I do say it a lot. Let's see if I can get now through the next.
It's because it was mentioned without it being mentioned.
Now it's in my head.
Yeah, it's in your head.
Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Trapped in Russia. Russia's war on Ukraine is now affecting Kenyans directly with severe consequences. As it emerges, hundreds of the country's youth have been trapped and forced to fight on Russia's front lines, with dozens killed and many more nursing life-changing injuries in military hospitals. Most were promised well-paying jobs, but were coerced into the army upon arrival. Oh my gosh. Today, we released the identities of 5 young men who traveled to Russia between July and August, whose whereabouts are unknown back home, but are said to be on the front lines. And who are they? Orima Jobik Otieno, he's 24 years old. Ismaili Tariq Mohammed is 25. Karaoke Samuel Maina is 31. Kuloba David Shikanda is 22. Wagare Ruben Dongo is 29. According to a Kenyan returnee from Russia's war, they sent us to the war for a front after 5 days of training. On the front lines, there is no food, no water, no medical attention. When you are injured and cannot walk, you are left to die, because the majority of men serving there are not Russian. I don't even want to start to think about the tragedy of this kind of a situation. We'll read that story in just a bit. Major milestone as learners sit the KJSEA and grade 9 exam, more or less the same thing. Examination will determine transition to senior school for inaugural cohort of grade 9 candidates in the new CBE system. State takes baby steps in 8.2 billion shilling drug haul. Investigators keen to avoid past mistakes as detectives seek more time to hold Iranian suspects amid mystery over consignment owners. Boss, did you see the amount of Nini that was found?
8 billion.
8.2 billion shillings worth of drugs, methamphetamines.
You know, 0.2 is 200 million, eh?
Methamphetamine, and it's making its way into the country. So whether some of it is going to stay here or some of it is on transit somewhere else, the truth of the matter is that you have people that are hooked on this drug. We're not the after effect of all of this, but we'll read the story. According to Wetangula, who's the Speaker of the National Assembly, the cybercrime law protects children and it fights cults. Tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Protects children, fights cults.
Yeah. Like Shakahola Sasa. You see, now what they're saying is if the cyber crimes law had been in place, that something like Shakahola would not have happened.
Did you ever see Shakahola being streamed live? Or did they have a website? Or did they have a Facebook
They had a
page?
channel, TV channel.
Okay.
So basically, Wetangula is telling you, this is how we're sorting out these problems. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
You don't get it? Forget about it. No certificates for CBA candidates as they sit in inaugural exams. So you know how you had your KCPE certificate? You have your KCSE certificate. This one, you won't have a certificate. It's transition. Because remember how they split it? That you'll have a general assessment at grade 3, another one at grade 6, which is the KPSEA, then grade 9, which is this KJSEA, and then at the end of it all, you do the last one in grade 12. So that's what they're saying. Rift between Muranga MPs and MCAs widens ahead of 2027 polls. Surprise, surprise. Not expecting anything less than rifts. We're going to see them in the next coming days. So that shouldn't surprise anybody. New law targets mental health in police service. It needs to target mental health across the country because it doesn't look good.
I mean, since that task force gave out its recommendations on mental health being a national problem, what have we done with that information?
Nada.
Nothing, right? So when it comes to asking the next question is, then why did we form that task force to go around the country, collect this information, do its research, produce that document, for that document to only gather dust? And now we're coming... Bure.
Yeah, ndio sababu.
Okay.
Unstoppable Samia eyes easy win amid opposition repression claims. That election takes place on Wednesday, the 29th of October in Tanzania. To tell us who the next president of Tanzania will be. Surprise, surprise. You know how that thing of somebody has wrapped a gift and it's a bicycle?
Yeah.
You can see through the wrapping paper that it's a bicycle, but you'll wrap it anyway because the person will not be able to guess.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like for this.
Or a gift behind a curtain. You can hear it more. But then you
don't know what I got you.
Yeah.
Guess what I bought you.
Guess what I got you.
Guess who's going to win the Tanzanian election? Court lifts order blocking clearance of 45 billion shillings of rice from Mombasa port. Court lifts the order. So the rice will be cleared. When you talk about protectionism, one has got to ask, what happens to your rice farmers across Nyamweya, Ahero, all over? If you can bring in rice, because they say it's not enough, so you can bring in rice, in terms of protectionism, what happens? All right, so that's kind of what it looks like in terms of the headlines in Kenya's bold newspaper.
Can you imagine what would have
others.
happened if the 45 billion shillings worth of rice was one that was actually sold by Kenyan farmers?
Yeah, imagine.
But anyway, acha tuende Daily Nation. Raila's party in crisis meeting as Oburu takes charge. Siaya Senator Oburu Oginga, who was recently installed as the interim ODM party leader following the death of his brother Raila, has convened a meeting of the party's top decision-making organ today in the face of growing internal fights. We have seen the rift between members of ODM. Some saying we are in this marriage beyond 2027. Others say Mzee alisema hadi 2027.
Yeah.
So let's see what now the committee, national committee, pretty much the leadership of the party will decide today. Right?
Okay. Yep.
Abductions. UN demands answers now. A UN official has condemned disproportionate use of force by police against protesters to crush dissent. Now, the Kenyan government has snapped 2 letters from a United Nations official raising concerns about police killings, abductions, and forced disappearances, detention, and prosecution of government critics following protests in 2024 and this year. By ignoring the communications from Ms. Mary Lola, the special rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders, Kenya's case will be referred to the Human Rights Council, an organ of the UN General Assembly. Guess who sits here?
Nani?
Kenya.
Okay.
Sits on the same body that protects human rights, but being accused of what? Disrespecting human rights.
So you would think that if you were sitting in the principal's office, doling out that you would be the best student. You would imagine. Okay.
It's in your life. Now, students begin exams on senior school placement. Over 2 million candidates will today sit the Kenya Primary School Examination Assessment and the Kenya Junior School Education Assessment ahead of transition to senior school. That is happening later today. We are following up on that. We shall be touching base with our reporter, Anne Musungu, who is following up on that. Now, a couple and son killed in accident after dowry ceremony in Kiambu. Now, a couple and their son were among 6 people who died Saturday night when the vehicle plunged into a river in Murang'a County. That was sad to watch. You're from celebrating newlyweds, then go back home, accident strikes.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Then from 2 student fights for life after alleged police torture. Now, that is Felix Takona. The police now claim that my son was injured in a mob injustice attack before he was rescued and taken into custody. Yet, he was tortured while in police custody. He can even identify the 2 officers who assaulted him. Hey. Okay. So the young man can identify the people responsible, but the police are saying, no, alipigwa huko nje akaletwa hapa. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. And so we have that story on UN again. Kenya free to try off-duty British troops. And United Kingdom recognizes Kenya's right to prosecute British soldiers for crimes committed outside official roles. Now, the United Kingdom has acknowledged Kenya's right to prosecute British soldiers accused of crimes committed outside official duty hours in Kenya, marking a shift towards greater accountability in its military presence. I think it's about time.
I think
it's
so.
It's about time.
I think so.
It's about time. Yeah.
Let me look into the Star. Insurers hit hard as fake claims soar. In the first quarter of 2025, they rejected 658.9 million shillings in claims, and that's a 77.6% increase. Now, when an insurer refuses claims, that means that there has been something of refute, and they've seen that the claims don't meet the mark.
Or
that maybe what you're
fraud.
claiming it was not the case, or that there's direct fraud to try and swindle the insurer. So unfortunately, that number has risen in the first quarter of 2025. There's another picture there of Arsenal fans trooping to Ryla's graveside, and they're presenting Mama Ida and Ryla Jr. During a visit in Bondo. All right, Vance, you know who he is? He's the Vice President of the United States of America. And what it is being said is that J.D. Vance's visit spells out U.S.-China rivalry. U.S. President J.D. Vance is scheduled to visit Kenya from the 24th of November. It's going to be a 4-day visit. According to the African Intelligence, it will start at the conclusion of the G20 summit in Johannesburg in South Africa. The visit is his first to the continent since assuming office. Is expected to center on trade, investment, security, and climate cooperation, areas where Kenya has become a regional leader and a critical partner of the US and the EU. So it's being said as a way to counter China's influence on the continent. And so, all right, counter it, or to really then be interested in this kind of one thing gives birth to the other. That if you buddy up with the countries in Africa, what you essentially do is show that you really are the man when it comes to geopolitics. So Kenya then getting a lot of the partnership and the big brother rubbing your back kind of thing is as a result of the US wanting to show their geopolitical might. All right, some of the other stories that we're looking into. Eyes on Oburu as he chairs ODM meeting amid divisions. All eyes are on acting ODM party leader Oburu Oginga as he chairs a crucial meeting, which is one of the stories that you shared as well. So that's likely to happen. We'll see what it means, because everybody's already whispering. Let's see if the teacher who comes out of the woodwork is going to be able to get everybody to shut up and listen. I'm just saying, maybe. Tanzania decides is one on the front page of the East African, of course, looking into that weekly edition. And that's what the focus is for East Africa this week, the Tanzanian election. All right. If we're going to share some of these stories in detail.
There is also that election that is happening in Cameroon, and the catechist's son seek to rule until he's 100.
I don't know if you saw the caricature that this man is so weak, he cannot even come out to campaign. They have made life-size caricatures of himself and his wife to go around Yaoundé and politic to go and campaign for this election. He cannot stand up for more than 30 minutes. So, and this is the man who wants to be president.
Now you extrapolate that and look at the head of defense of that country, and that man is tired. That man is tired because I saw that general trying to stand alert as a military man, and he can't.
They can't.
But what do we know?
May God help us, because
May
this
God
one,
help us.
it's crazy. So it's this particular story that I want to look at, trapped in Russia, and it's carried on page 2 of the Standard. Harrowing tale of Kenyan man forcefully enlisted into the Russian army. He was about to lose hope when, from a distance, he saw bodies of dead soldiers scattered in tens. Still carrying a severely wounded colleague, he had started to murmur his last prayers because he couldn't last another day without water. The thought of getting food couldn't arise. The sight of the dead spread across the bloody field tormented him. Not sure he would make the paces between bodies and fast as he wanted, he dropped on one knee, still holding on to his half-alive comrade. He took a deep breath, tightening in his left hand on his comrade as numbness seeped into his injured right hand. He stayed that way some 10 minutes or so and rose again, dragging along his colleague. The weather was warm because it was August in the Russian-occupied lands of Ukraine. Some of the bodies were swollen and beginning to decompose, while others were fresh, appearing to have been killed a day or so earlier. He put his colleague down and started combing through the many pockets of military uniforms. On one body, he picked some packs of biscuits. On another, a bottle of water. on another, water and biscuits. The stench was stinging his nose, but he had gotten to such an extraneous environment because what mattered was to stay alive. It was the 9th day since he took advantage of an act of God to break free from the front lines. They had been in their usual operation when a Ukrainian drone took out all the 11 Russian officers, leading them into the front lines in the Ukrainian province of Kharkiv. Realizing that their tormentors had been killed, he and his fellow survivors resolved to run. Sitting among the dead bodies, holding onto his half-alive comrade, he gobbled half a liter of water. He then helped his comrade to sip as he tried to bring him back to life. He ate the biscuits, which was the first meal he had had in days. Exhausted and panting, he fell asleep leaning on one of the bodies. When his eyes fell open, he was not sure it was morning. There was a flicker of light across the horizon, and he began to move again towards the north. In our 5 days of training, Javan Okoh, not his real name, told the Standard, we had been told that any time you find yourself lost and alone, move north. To find north, he said, you base it on the sun's movements, especially when it is rising or setting. He struggled with his friend who was now conscious, and they bumped into another African, a man from Egypt who was nursing a severe wound in his belly. He had a radio. They found a way to the military hospital, and at the military hospital, he began looking for contacts of the embassy in Moscow. He had no passport, no money. It is the Kenyan embassy that saved him from being returned to the front lines. 3 officials of the embassy came to the hospital, and for the first time, he found somebody who could speak in Kiswahili. So he spoke at the Standard Group on Mombasa Road, and he talked about how it was from the war front to an injured man, and he said he was lucky to be alive. He was visiting Kenyatta National Hospital since his return for therapy sessions at his attempt to heal his hand. He nearly lost his arm in a drone attack, and he's one of the 2 returnees that police referred to the Athi River Human Trafficking Investigations area. Investigating officer Bramwell Sailma said in his affidavit against Edward Gituku, the main suspect of the trafficking case. So what we are being told here, I mean, the story goes on and on. I'd like you to get a copy of the Standard and be able to read through the details. But essentially what is happening now is that people are being offered jobs. You think that you're going to do a particular job. You get then to Russia. You're involved in 5 days of training. You're masked, you're kitted, and then you're sent to the front lines. And you're told, if doo-doo should hit the fan, head north.
Yeah.
That's
How
what's
do you
happening.
head north? Look at the sun.
Look at the sun.
No compass, nothing.
How many people are in that situation today? So there are 2 things that are happening. That there are non-military folks who are fighting this war in Ukraine, and that there's somebody who's trafficking these folks from across Africa and sending them to fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you see, even as we have that discussion, Ndu, the question is, with knowing what is happening in Russia and Ukraine, say even parts of the troubled Middle East, just what is the position of the country and the messaging it's sending to its citizens with regard to the real situation on ground in these countries, you know? So in terms of any citizen who's going to Russia, what is the government doing to ensure that as you go there, you first of all know the situation, which are the safe places to go, and what are some of the stopgap measures that the government of Kenya has put in place, just so it's sure that anyone who's leaving the country will be safe.
Indeed.
You know, because if you are, say, in Europe, you'll not just wake up and go to the next door neighbor, which is Russia, just because you want to go to Russia. The government has, through communication, through proper involving the media, through government websites, they are communicating on how the situation is. Are we doing that? Or are we assuming that Russia and Mbali, there is nothing taking our citizens there?
Probably not even come to terms with the reality that this is happening. I mean, the truth be told, until this story was, told and, started to look at the beginnings of it a couple of days ago, you would not have known that there were Kenyans fighting as military personnel in the Russian-Ukraine war. Many people do not know this. And this then exposes that. And unfortunately, that folks are taking advantage of that to be able to make money.
And you see, even with this story, after it broke, then we've seen that story that the investigation is being done with those on those who are trafficking these individuals. Still, the Foreign Affairs Ministry is silent. I mean, what is the communication to the Russian embassy in the country with regard to what is happening?
Was there a bilateral agreement that would see Kenyans go and serve as Russian military personnel when it came to the war? Does something like that exist? And is the ministry, because remember, the Prime Cabinet Secretary is also the CS for Foreign Affairs. So is he aware that this is happening? He seems to be quite quiet over a number of things.
Yes.
Whether it's Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo who've disappeared in Uganda, or whether it's
Boniface Mwangi
in Tanzania, or if it's young men, Kenyan young men, who think that they're going to get a job or seek greener pastures in Russia, and then they've been thrown into the front lines. I mean, come on, the list is piling up, sir. Yeah. And the question is, are you aware of this? And is this okay as concerns foreign relations? Is this okay?
Yeah.
It keeps tacking up here. And then on top of that, you got this lady who's telling you, excuse me, abductions in Kenya, hello?
Yeah.
Can't continue.
Surely, I think a lot needs to be done, because as a government to government conversations, one would ask, what is your responsibility as the government of Russia when you see our citizens coming to join your military without following the correct procedures?
Exactly.
It is that simple, because one would expect that the Russian government would return Kenyans who are joining the forces without following the right procedures.
It's not some club where you say, let's come and... It's not a book club.
No.
This is personnel fighting a war. And you have all kinds of things involved: international relations, foreign policy, state sovereignty, nationalism. All of those things are playing out here. And you're just going to get, which I understand they're mercenary groups, so we can hire our personnel to get things done. I understand that. But even look at what happened with Kenya, Haiti, and under the request or agreement with the United Nations. It was clear that these are governments who are having a conversation with each other, and that was going to happen. In this case, who's agreeing? Who's accepting?
Who's agreeing?
Got to have a conversation.
And who's going to fight?
Say something even. Anything.
So, in relations to the same, so Kenya risks sanctions for ignoring UN queries on human rights abuses. So what exactly are we talking about now? The Kenyan government faces potential United Nations sanctions, including aid cuts for ignoring inquiries by the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders over widespread cases of human rights violations against protesters in the country. Now, this follows frustrations expressed by Ms. Mary Lola, the UN Special Rapporteur, regarding the government's failure to respond to her 2 letters on abductions, prosecution, and enforced disappearances of government critics. Now, going public about the frustrations on her X handle, Ms. Lola noted that on October 1st, 2024, she wrote to the government of Kenya seeking answers on the arbitrary arrest, detention, deportation, and prosecution of human rights defenders. Her letter sought clarity on the excessive use of force by the government against Kenyans, including those who stormed Parliament on June 25th, 2024, as they protested against the passage of the controversial Finance Bill 2024, which proposed a punitive taxation regime, among other government excesses. Now, of interest to the Special Rapporteur were allegations of abductions and forced disappearances and detention of individuals, including protesters, activists, lawyers, medical professionals, and human rights defenders in relation to the June, July, and August 2024 protest calling for rejection of the Finance Bill 2024 and accountability from the government. You know, this matter has been in the limelight for quite a while.
It has.
And until when, because now the conversation shifted to we will compensate. But remember, there is the other side. You cannot compensate without justice. Because by the time you're getting to compensate, is it an admission that there was wrong that was done to the people of Kenya?
Yes.
But then again, it has now hit headlines. The international community also speaking. It can't be that Kenya sits in the human rights division at the UN, but back home, you are breaking the very thing that you are protecting, that you seek to be part of at a global level.
Yeah.
I mean, charity begins at home.
True. And I know that many people are having conversation and say, who does this woman think she is? America coming to ask us about human rights. Oh, blah, blah, why are you making noise? Well, just a surprise, that Kenya is a signatory to the Universal Declaration of human rights, it has been ratified by Kenya. In international relations speak, that means a bunch of people sat together, they came up with this thing and said, do you like? Yes, we like. So you like? Yes. So ratification says where we will abide by the tenets of this declaration, and that we will make sure that we are above board when it concerns all of this. So in the event that violations of this nature occur, somebody's got to call you out.
Yeah.
And that's what this fine lady is doing. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The ODM Central Management Committee is this morning expected to meet at Orange House in Lavington, Nairobi, days after party officials endorsed Senator Oburu Oginga as the interim party leader. They are expected to deliberate on the future of the party following the death of its founder and leader Raila Odinga. ODM appointed Senator Oburu as the acting party leader on October 15th, a day after Raila died in India. Oburu is seeking to steady the party as cracks have emerged within the outfit over its cooperation agreement with President William Ruto's UDA party. Last week, ODM leaders endorsed Oburu during a delegates meeting in Bondo, where they called for unity and continuity in honor of the late Raila's legacy. Narcotics worth 8 billion shillings seized last week in a major maritime operation off the Kenyan coast will be publicly destroyed, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has announced. Speaking on Sunday during a church service at Kisumu Church, Murkomen said the move is part of the government's tough stance against drug trafficking and other illicit substances. According to Murkomen, initial tests by government chemists confirmed that the seized substance was methamphetamine worth 98% purity. The drugs are undergoing further forensic analysis and documentation before destruction as the 6 Iranian nationals arrested in connection with the seizure await arraignment.
Mumeona jana kwamba kwa sababu ya ukakamavu na ile resolve ya president pamoja na jeshi yetu na polisi wetu including the coast guard, mumeona kwamba tumeshika madawa ya kulevya kutoka high seas ambao Iranians walikuwa wanatembeza huko karibu na maji yetu ya up to 10 billion shillings, worth 10 billion shillings. Na unaona hao wanapelekwa kotini na hivi karibuni utaona tukidestroy those madawa ya kulevya publicly, because we have resolved as a nation that we must fight drugs, we must fight illicit alcohol.
Murkomen emphasized that the successful operation highlights Kenya's commitment to global efforts to combat narcotics trafficking, terrorism financing, and other forms of transnational organized crime. The seizure came just days after the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport came under scrutiny for alleged drug trafficking incidents. A new report has revealed that migrant workers, elderly women and underage girls are the most marginalized groups in domestic work and face labor and human rights violations, exposing the deep inequalities that persist within Kenya's care economy. The report by Oxfam Kenya, titled Formative Feminist Research on Social Norms on Paid and Unpaid Care Infrastructure in Kenya 2025, conducted in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu and Nakuru, paints a picture of exploitation. Migrant domestic workers, mostly from Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, endure 16 to 18-hour workdays, poor living conditions, withheld pay and sexual abuse. According to the 2024 Wages Order, a live-in domestic worker in Nairobi or Kiambu should earn at least 16,200 shillings with a 2,000 shillings housing allowance for leave-out workers. But the report says migrant workers earn between 1,500 shillings and 5,000 shillings a month. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has defended the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2025, saying the new law is designed to safeguard families, especially children, from harmful online content, violent extremism and cultism. He was speaking on Sunday during a church service at a Catholic church in Malava, Kiambu County. Kakamega County, I beg your pardon. Wetangula dismissed claims that the law seeks to stifle free speech, describing it as a moral safeguard for responsible digital behavior. He emphasized that the law empowers a dedicated commission to identify, penalize, and take down websites promoting harmful content such as cultism.
Mmesikia kule Shakahola watu tumechimbua makaburi mpaka tumewacha wengine bado wako chini. Wamechimbua karibu watu 500 na zaidi. Mtu ameshika simu anaita watu, ukiingia hapo hutoki. Sisi tunataka kurudi kwa Mungu siku ile Mungu ametupangia. Hatutaki kuharakishwa na wakora na wahalifu na wahuni wakitumia mitandao. Na hivyo ndivyo itakuwa. Na hiyo sheria nashukuru sana kanisa letu la Kikatoliki for a change, because our church has been very critical of very many things.
Food assistance used by more than 40 million Americans will not be distributed from November due to the ongoing U.S. government shutdown, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Bottom line, the well has run dry, the department said in a notice on its website, which also blamed Democrats in the Senate for the impasse. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, is used by 1 in every 8 Americans and plays a vital role in many grocery budgets. Earlier this month, the Trump administration declined to draw on a contingency fund that would have continued benefits, saying the money was needed for potential emergencies such as natural disasters. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
Somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Staki kuongea today." Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Great news! SpiceFM funds for only 5 bob. Yes, only 5 shillings. You can now unlock any premium story on The Standard. We are talking powerful, exclusive, in-depth stories that go way beyond the free news. The kind of stories that keep you ahead, informed, and inspired. And guess what? The best part, you get to choose the story you want when you want it. One tap and the story is yours. That's why we call it Bobea na 5 bob. Don't miss out. Subscribe now at www.standardmedia.co.ke. The Standard Insider. Bobea na 5 bob kwa kila story.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I
I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continuing into our conversations this morning at 10 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And we continue this hour with those ones that we must have. And of course, taking an outlook into what is going on in the country at the moment. And we'll do that right here this morning. Right. So even as we do, let me let you know who our guests this hour will be and what it is that we will be discussing as we get into it this morning. Advocate and governance and policy expert Joshua Nyamweya is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Fine. I'm happy to join you once again.
Karibu sana. Good to have you here. Also joining us is Bosco Mutegi Kiura, who is a political analyst and governance expert, also here this morning. Bosco, good morning.
Good morning, too.
Hi.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Yeah.
We're going to get into a couple of things. Too much happening at the moment. And of course, taking a political skew, we'll look into some of those things today. But Dennis is going to welcome you first with today's proverb.
Yes, today's proverb comes from the country Sao Tome and Principe, right? So it is a country located, it's an island nation in the Gulf of Guinea off the western equatorial coast of Africa. It is composed of two main islands, Sao Tome and Principe, along several smaller islets. But the proverb that we get today, everything has a beginning and an end. Everything has a beginning and an end. Okay, how would you interpret that?
Everything has a beginning and an end. You know, I come from a community that over the years, over 300 years, migrated along rivers and lakes and finally settled along Lake Victoria. So rivers begin from somewhere and they end somewhere. And when they end, they don't die. They simply get into, when a river hits the lake, it just becomes part of the big water. So, relevant to the moment, we have come to an end of an era. One of the most significant demise just happened in this country. But I think it's the beginning of a new phase in this country. And I think it will be a phase that will be defined significantly by the grief that this country witnessed in the last 2 years.
Well.
So somebody said, I think there's a song that says, "Que sera sera." Whatever will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we come to the end, but it is also the beginning. Yeah.
Kiura.
Yes.
How would you interpret that?
Everything has a beginning and the end. For example, in life, we are born, we go through life, we grow, we get to our peak, we make decisions, we enjoy, in the end you die. And if you also think about a business, or a business has a curve, starts with an idea, comes up, grows, comes to the peak, then starts coming off down. If you're a musician, for example, you use always the best time that you're the best dancer during that moment. But it's said the best dancer always should leave the stage, knows when to leave the stage. So more or less, everything that starts, and in the context that we are in at the moment, about someone like Raila Odinga, he has had his best, and he has done what he has done for this country, and it had to come to an end at some point. Though people never expected, it had to.
Yeah. Well,
Interesting. Everything will always come to an end, and then there will be a new beginning. So I guess then that is the question. Is there a new beginning? I will start with you, Wakili. Is there really a new beginning, or do we see things just continuing the way they normally would? And I say this coming off the premise that now in Bondo, people are trooping in and out of Bondo every day. There's an announcement about which politician and his or her horde of people will go with them, and there, I don't know how many bulls. Where this might be cultural and it must be traditional, is it just a visit, or is it a continuation of what politicians would normally do? And so we say, if one thing ends, another thing begins. Is this a new beginning, or is it a continuation of what used to be?
We are going through a deeply momentous moment, political, historical, and very personal. Then there are people who knew the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in very different, prisms. And so you have seen, family members mourning, personal, those who he touched, who are not family members from across the country. But we also see, religious groups. So you see Legio Maria, you see the Catholics, the Anglicans, you see the Muslims going there. You also see politicians who go there for probably political reasons or political inspirations. So what am I saying is that Raila Odinga in death became bigger than the person we met. We suddenly realized that we had an opportunity for all these 8 years to spend our lives around a great human being that probably each and every one of us realizes that we did not do enough, we did not touch enough. We would want more, but he's no more. But at the same time, those of us who had opportunity I spent quite a bit of my time around him between 1998 in student leadership all the way to around 2008 in youth leadership and civil society and in ODM leadership and there is a way in which Raila would inspire. Okay, in it all, he also had contradictions that sometimes made him get into disagreements with people. But you realize that in death, almost everybody, including those who disagreed with him, appreciated that the last 8 years witnessed not only a great Kenyan, but a great Pan-Africanist and a great citizen of the world. And so my view is that what we are seeing at Kango, Kajaramogi, is not ending soon. If you thought it was going to end soon. I see Raila's grave side turning into a shrine. And for years to come, we will still see people going there for different reasons. We will see tourists go there to learn about the political history of the country. We will see politicians going there to get political inspiration. We will see history students going there to learn history. And we will see probably, all cadres of Kenya going there and getting their own inspirations. And I think Raila will still be great. I mean, we have had greater leaders die in this country. We lost Jomo, we lost J.M. Kariuki, we lost Moi, we lost, But in my view, there has not been a moment that has united the country in grief and in greatness like we witnessed in the 4 days of mourning before burial and we continue to witness now.
So, Bosco, as we look at what is happening after the death of Raila Odinga, one would look at a political landscape that has really changed. Those who say sworn enemies of Raila Odinga now praise him, in his death. And one would argue that it is a position where, as much as the country came together to mourn a national hero, that his grave site, his death has turned to be a political tool where everyone wants to be on the right side of life or conversations. You look at Mutai Kahiga's statement, but before even that statement, he had spoken very highly of the man, only for follow-up statements to go the other side. And you look at another response again coming from Governor Wanga, and one would argue that Raila's death, Raila's gravesite has turned to be another dais for politicians to politic. Is that right? Am I correct when I say that?
Thank you so much, Dennis. Thank you for that question, and allow me first of all to wish our children who are doing exams today my best wishes, and we wish them the very best, because our country requires good governance, and good governance can only be achieved through better education, and that's what is very important. So to answer to your question, Raila Odinga is not your ordinary politician. We need to appreciate that. And previously I've said Raila Odinga might not have been the president, but he has been the better president that Kenyans always loved. Because he has been the people's president, as he has been said. I said even earlier when we were with you sometimes back in KTN, and I said Raila Odinga, he's the one who fought for the constitution. However, he's the one who has helped us to test that constitution in several ways. Be it after every election, major changes have come. But now when you look at what is happening in the graveside, Raila's spirit is living with us day in, day out. We have seen people getting excited to inherit. If you can talk about ODM, for example, as Raila as a king, and maybe the queen has been left with ODM, and she's a widow, and everyone wants to inherit this queen. And in this way, people are getting excited into the leadership of ODM. And when it comes to the grave, each and every person wants to be associated with this figure of Raila Odinga. That's why we have seen people throwing some connotations, like Gachagua wants to visit the grave. All of a sudden, they are unable to visit. People like Wanga threatening or making remarks that are pushing away people like Gachagua and the governor of Njeri. It is going to happen for some time, because, as I said, Raila is not your ordinary politician, and the legacy that he left with us still lives on. What is very important, I've heard people say that Raila has not been able to prepare his succession plan, which I disagree, because if you look at ODM, for example, people like Ababu Namwamba, who were there previously, they were able to come to the level of where even Sifuna is today. And
which Ababu? No, which one?
Ababu Namwamba.
Oh, okay.
Ababu Namwamba.
Okay.
Who was the previous
Secretary General
of ODM. So when it comes to ODM and the leadership, Raila had gotten to a point where he had allowed the dissenting opinion of these young people who really who really wanted to take up this role of leadership in ODM. And I would say at this point, if ODM is to survive for the sake of future and posterity, the intergeneration changes that are inevitable has to be allowed in one way or the other, because what I'm saying is, where I come from, there's a story told of a cow that died and the head is chopped, but the parasite, the ticks, are still sucking the blood from that head. And I see so many of these leaders in ODM still believing that there's still some blood left in this head of this cow. And the minority leader said, he's now the chairperson of the orphans. These are all orphans, and they have to remain relevant. Who do I see inheriting what Raila has been? I see Gachagua coming up very well as a person who is inheriting the figure that Raila has been. People have used Raila as a person when they speak or they try to punch Raila Odinga. Even in the mountain, they look popular and they look bigger. Now, Gachagua has suddenly taken up that role, and everyone who is now seemed to be against Gachagua, be it in the mountain or in the country, seems to be popular. This is the advantage. People are taking advantage of this. So I see the spirit of Raila and the things he has done in this country helping us improve our democracy as we move forward.
Is it really, though? Can we look at it as democratic? Is this the living out of democracy in the country? Because everybody's been saying it for the longest time. Raila Odinga seems to have been the glue that kept everybody together. That if he spoke, people would do. If he nominated, people would get elected. If he gave advice, people would take it. And with his exit now, we are always almost looking at a crumbling of things and people scampering about, not to further the things that he fought for 40 years, but to remain in the positions that he helped them to achieve. So do we see that there's going to be a prolonging of the things that he did? Or are we seeing that people are scampering for political expediency and to ensure that they remain relevant in today's political space?
We are in a political moment. We cannot say, as at now, the shape it will take in the years to come. It is sort of a rupture. Okay, the glue, the center, is not there anymore. Anybody who is involved in the politics of this country at the national level has worked with Raila or fought with Raila at one time or the other. And he has been the moral compass that has, given us direction at every decisive moment. I compare him with, the great leaders that we have, like Mahatma Gandhi, like, people like Nelson Mandela, Nkrumah, J.F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King. So the question is, what is happening now is basically that people are trying to find their space, and that people will get their levels. And then, we must appreciate that Raila left a structure. And one of the structure is ODM, and ODM definitely has its own, within its own organs, can make decisions. And there have been questions that how did they choose the acting party leader? They sat down as the central committee, and they're meeting again today, and then they will have the National Delegates Congress.
Okay,
but then. My view is that for the next few years, we will still have the various groups that Raila held together, just like, and it's not only ODM.
But my question is, the folks who are scrambling about today, are they doing that to continue to prolong the things that Raila Odinga was known for? And I want to give an example. When Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, there was no question that the folks who came after him were pushing the human rights and the assimilation agenda. Ralph Abernathy. You had the likes of Jesse Jackson, who came out as a result of that. Andrew Young, his daughter, Coretta Scott King. It was clear in a very short period of time that this agenda, even with the exit of Martin Luther King Jr., that they were pushing this particular agenda and they kept going with it. Whereas you can't compare apples and oranges per se. It's the principle of the thing that we are looking at now. And what we see with the flocking, the imagery is very poignant, that the flocking of people to Bondo, is it to grieve? And I'm speaking politicians specifically. Is it to grieve or to show that they are together in this to help them move on this electoral scale? That's my question. That are we seeing that really people are trying to continue to perpetuate the things that Raila Odinga was known for, or to insist on the Constitution? Bosco said that because of Raila Odinga, the Constitution was put to a test. Will we see that these individuals who are here are actually going to continue doing things like that? Or are they there to say, okay, rats on a ship and we're all scrambling about who's going to hang on, kind of thing?
I think history will define that, because I think Raila was too big for us to be able to understand anybody around him, okay? So that it is now that we will understand who the other people are, It is now that, that he has left the space, that these people have a chance to define themselves, whether they represent what Raila stood for, or just a part of it, or they actually pretend to represent that and are representing the opposite. That's what I think. But my view is that Raila was like a big fig tree, with its root deep in the soil, taking all the water and all the nutrients and covering the sun, so that you could only exist by attaching yourself around it. Okay? And so what then happens is that it is now that the fig tree has fallen, that we will start seeing growth from underneath, and we will be able to define which of the growth will be strong enough, which kind of growth we will have. So my view is that we can define that probably in the next 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 years, and historians will write about it. But my view is that there are always people within the system that are able to represent part of the great leader. They might never represent the whole of the great leader. For instance, if you take Nelson Mandela, there is nobody in South Africa who we can say represents Nelson Mandela as he was. So that Zuma would represent the militant Nelson Mandela. So that this president that resigned, that had to be forced to resign, Thabo Mbeki, represented the ideological and the intellectual Nelson Mandela. And so that the current president actually represents the Mandela who was willing to make, to make peace with other people and be able to, compromise. So we are going to see that, but I don't think in the next few years we are going to see another Raila.
Let me hold you to that, Nyamweya.
Yes.
Who are we going to see it with? Because by now you'd have started to see the underlings of this. That you should be able to then pick people and say, well, you know what? And also with you, Bosco, we should be able to see. It should be clear. I go to a biblical example. I have so many examples this morning. When Moses was giving up his ghost, there was no question that who was going to take over. Because they had already started to rise. It was clear who he was essentially going to hand over the staff to. And you started to see that Caleb was sent out to go and see what was going to happen in the land of, I think, was it the Assyrians or who? And then they came back and they said, yes, it's a land flowing with milk and honey. Others said no, that they were men the size of giants. But it was clear who Moses was going to hand over to essentially lead the people to Canaan, Joshua, those guys. It was clear. So who now can you see there must be? Was it a right choice to hand over to a certain person? Shouldn't it be clear by now who these people are, who would represent different ideologies, who would start to come out or jump out from the woodwork?
It's too early.
Is it? Is it too early, Bosco?
Too early. No. In the Moses times, leadership was inspired by God and then mentored by Moses. We are living in a democracy.
They were men. They were humans.
They were,
they were humans.
Yeah, they were humans. But then we are living in a democracy in which ultimately there must be power jostles, and ultimately the structure will choose. It's a very different times.
Is it too early, Bosco?
Very different times.
What I would say is this. First of all, I want to be very clear on the fact that ODM is now 20 years old. If they want ODM to collapse today, during today's meeting, let them allow it to be a monarch. That if it's Oburu, then if it's Raila, then it comes to Oburu, then maybe Winnie. And for them to survive, for ODM to survive, they have to allow what Raila Odinga had already come up to allow people like Sifuna and Babu Owino. Simply put, Babu Owino right now is the undisputed kingpin of the Luos. I can say that because let's not hide ourselves behind. Sometimes there's what we say from where I come from, those napier grass. You hide in a napier grass. You don't want to say what is happening. The truth is, the right person to have spearheaded this political party are people like Orengo, people who believed in the values, in the principles of Raila Odinga, the principles of inclusivity, fairness, transparency, change of constitution, fighting for the people who are marginalized. And Orengo has been very clear in that, and has, even when Raila Odinga was alive, he had always come out and said, you are in broad-based, but me, I'm with the people. So if you look at the speeches made during Raila's funeral, most of the people who are there, if you look at people like Bandi, Opio Andai, these people are orphans. And even if they shout as much as they can, you have seen Bandi, he's sort of just articulating his issues as he has always done. These people are frustrated. These people are orphans. That's why he's able to shout, to make a point. And even if they shout or whatever they do, as long as they make ODM a monarch, it is going to die. ODM is going to be like Fort Kenya moving forward. And even if they agree to go to the broad-based, as they have already, all signs are indicating to that, that is going to cost them. Let me say this: if ODM is to position itself with the trends that are happening with the Gen Zs, the young people, and things like that, perhaps it's the time they think about allowing these young people who have a different opinion in the party. They are saying, yes, Raila Odinga has left us, but we need to have our views need to be accommodated. And at the end of the day, ODM needs people like Sifuna. And once Sifuna, Babu Owino leaves this party, they will be left with a shell.
You know, we're talking about ODM as a party. We're talking about a party that was built by one Raila Odinga.
Yes.
But the question up to now that you've not been able to answer in this room is, the political class that we have today,
yes,
are they living as per the aspirations of Raila Odinga, a free and a democratic country, respect to the rule of law, inclusivity, ending tribalism? You know, the political class that we have today, those that are appearing on Raila Odinga's resting place, those that are now speaking up after Raila's death,
yes,
are they out there for political expediency to maintain the positions they have that one would say they go to those positions because of Raila Odinga? Or are they speaking the way they're speaking because they believe and trust on what the man said?
They are not.
Sorry.
Sorry. One, I would want to encourage Bosco not to define Raila in such simple terms. You can't define Raila in terms of Luo or in terms of ODM. He was much bigger than that. He was much, much bigger than that. And you know, my view is that Raila was a moral compass. Raila, what we could see in the next few years are leaders representing various aspects of Raila.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt that we will see one leader that represents the sum total of Raila Odinga in its various facets. Okay, my view is that this moment gave us an opportunity to speak about the life of the man, to speak about his beliefs, to speak about his accomplishments, and there should be inspiration. So, especially to the young people, I would expect that out of reading about Raila, out of talking about Raila, we will see new revolutionaries, okay, about the future of structures. We are yet to see. But I am one person who does not begrudge what ODM has done, because they had to stabilize the ship. And I can tell you that few people know, you know, Dr. Oburu, for instance, is a man underrated. Dr. Oburu is a self-effacing man, but the people who know will tell you that Raila would listen to everybody. But the advice that he will go with is the last advice that Oburu gives him before he goes to sleep. So in terms of the revolutionary men, could be that Oburu was more revolutionary than even Raila.
But Okili, let's look at the time when Raila Odinga was going for the AUC chairperson position. And at that time, he appointed one Professor Nyang Nyong'o to take the position as an acting party leader. But then again, let's look at the party leader, Raila Odinga, has passed on. And if you look at the structure of ODM, we have two deputy party leaders. And one would assume or argue that it was automatic on who would come to lead, because we already have the party structure in terms of the deputy party leaders who would sit and agree among us. One would ascend to be the deputy party leader.
We are sitting in a studio and assuming that we have all the facts that the Central Committee of ODM had to look at before making its decision. My view is that at the moment when Dr. Buru was named as the acting party leader, it was quite, an emotional moment. And probably the committee, I'm assuming, looked at who knows where we are coming from and who knows where we are going to. The only person who spent 8 years with Raila Odinga, 80 good years, is Oburu Odinga. And I can tell you for sure that I know, because I spent quite a bit of time around Raila Odinga, that Honorable Oburu Odinga was a very able advisor to Raila Odinga. So I would want to tell you, and then Honorable Oburu Odinga could be a transitional leader to enable the party to settle and then make its own decisions. I am sure younger people will come up. Yeah. But it should not be a takeover. Yes. And then we should not dictate to them. Let's allow them. And I'm not a member of ODM. I used to be a member of ODM. Yeah. But I'm thinking let's allow them to make their own choices, to make their own decisions. We cannot decide for them. Just like I say Raila is bigger than ODM. The president, because of the stature of Raila, because of what he meant, declared the mourning period and gave Raila Amolo Odinga state burial. That meant something. And I am sure that, and then, dedicated almost his entire speech during the Mashuja Day to Raila Odinga. I am sure that this country still owes much more in commemorating Raila Odinga, and I'm sure the president is going to lead us around that. So I don't think we have yet seen the evolution of leadership, the evolution of thought. I am hoping, for instance, that our universities will hold conferences and seminars and write papers and write books and start political science units on Raila Odinga. Yeah, so I think it is we are just unraveling the sum total of Raila Odinga.
Yes,
Bosco, Wakili is aspirational in his thought this morning that this is the direction in which things would go. You seem to see a different view of things on the ground.
Absolutely.
What's that?
Absolutely. With a lot of respect and humility from my senior. I would want to say the following. You asked a question which you said we have not answered. I want to answer it to you today. That the people who keep mentioning Raila's name, the people who keeps going to the grave, are doing it for political mileage, purely political mileage. And I would say this, and I've just given an example, and I've said the person who seems now to be used by some Kenyans, also some politicians, for the same reasons they have used Raila previously. And people, if you ask a lot of people when Raila died, they were mourning because they expected Raila to be that voice, that whistleblower who spoke when the government is money is being looted, when the voice people require someone to go to the streets. Raila has always been there. And they said, some people argued, they never wanted Raila to be president per se, but they were happy as long as he was in the opposition. Someone who is coming up very strongly is Gachagua. And I've given an example of Wanga. Wanga has come out attacking Gachagua, saying he is this, he is that. And someone who is attacking Gachagua at this moment seems to be Jamba, someone who is fighting for the people and things like that. And I want to say that I want to challenge someone like Wanga. They are saying they want to be non-tribal and all that. When they are saying Gachagua should not go to Nyanza, aren't they being tribal? What I would like to say is, when I talked about, I'm talking about things that some people don't want to hear us speak about. Babu Owino being the kingpin of the Luo. You have seen someone like Ruto was thought to be the kingpin of Kalenjins. They even stopped him from visiting Moi. Where is he today? He is the kingpin of the Kalenjins. Someone like Uhuru was even stopped from being president, was stopped from with all manner of things. Today is still the kingpin of Mount Kenya. What I'm saying is, I don't support those ideologies of kingpins and all that, but it is what it is. That is our politics. Our politics in this country are moved by political parties which are of regions. Like ODM has been Nyanza Western political party and also some part of the coast, but not the entire country. But if now even they want to increase the ODM to be a big and better political party with the entire country, they have to allow this intergenerational transition and allow these young people at least to take some leadership position and see how far they can push this ODM. I will not be surprised in the coming reshuffle if I see Winnie or Raila Odinga Jr. in some of these positions. I will not be surprised if I see Winnie in the leadership of ODM. That would be a plus to ODM.
You mentioned, you mentioned appointments in government positions.
Probably.
Why would that happen?
For obvious reasons, that ODM has a pact with UDA, and the president is on record saying he will not allow people to destroy the legacy of Raila Odinga, both in leadership and in the political parties.
Is that for Raila Odinga, or would it be to cement the future of Kenya's politics?
Very good. It's for the legacy, to secure the legacy of Raila Odinga, politically to speak. Some of these things I'm saying are not the things that I really advocate for or I support, but it is likely to happen that way. And that is why some of these political parties, be it as we want to present them as national, they have always been tribal, they have always been regional, they have always been personal. You know, political interests in this country are personal before they become public. You hear someone say, our people, my people, but that person at the end of the day is fighting for his position. So let's be clear on that. So when it comes to leaders who are really fighting to secure the legacy of Raila Odinga said that, I remember I told you, these are people who are looking for survival, political survival. These are people who have always held by the court of Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is no longer there. However, you can see the things that Raila Odinga, as I said, he has done for the growth of our democracy. After each and every election in this country, even if Raila never went to be president, he was able to test, for example, the Supreme Court. During the 2017 elections, he challenged the flawed elections, as he said, and he was able to win this. This is one of the first things he has been able to achieve in Africa. Elections are rarely challenged that we win in a court of law or through the rule of law. So Raila Odinga will always be remembered as a person who has been able to propel our democracy to another level. If you look at, for example, I keep asking myself, some of these leaders we call opposition leadership, they are not new. These are leaders who have been in Moi government, Kibaki government, Kenyatta government, now in Ruto's government, and some of them were chased. I mean, they should, I think moving forward, what we should allow, and it's a great opportunity for the young people, for the young political parties to take up this space and let the young people build political parties and be able to now that the young people are calling themselves tribeless, leaderless, and all these manner of things, they are able to put together a political party that will bring all these young people together and fight for their rights using the things that are put in our constitution, using the rule of law as it's prescribed in the constitution.
Wakility said, power is never given, you fight for it. and you look at the person of Raila Odinga and how he got to forming one of the biggest political parties, it started from his father's political party. When he walked out that, he formed several political parties until he ended up at ODM. And even as you talk about young people to be allowed to rule ODM, to be in the leadership of ODM, what would say you have to prove yourself that you deserve to be there, that you have to chart your own path to be there. Because if you look at Raila Odinga within ODM, as much as there was a broad-based government, he allowed dissenting voices within ODM to just chart their own path and way forward. But as we talk about the political expedience that does exist, does the leadership of ODM allow for dissenting voices to chart their own path? Does leaders that we have today allow for dissenters to be heard, to be listened to, and to be given an opportunity to speak?
You know, in politics, we will always have two sides, two extreme sides, and these extreme sides will clash. And in the clash, we will have synthesis, and we will have a synthesis arising from, the clash of those ideas. And so ODM and the country will still have a clash as people try to represent themselves as representing Raila Odinga. And out of those clash, we will have a new leadership emerging. I don't think we have been able to evolve it yet. I would want to dissuade Bosco that looking at Raila from prism of Gachagua is an insult. Trying to discuss Raila Odinga and discussing Luo leadership is an insult to history. We are standing at a moment of greatness, and I want to repeat, and I want to, say that these young people who are angling for position, definitely they need to be given opportunity to, express themselves, to try what they can, but then they should know that it takes time for leadership to grow. People think that Raila probably emerged in 1992 when he became the MP for Langata. I invite these young people to read Baba Femi's book, Enigma of Kenyan Politics, and then to read Raila's own book written through, what is this lady? The Flames of Freedom. And then they will realize that this Raila grew up in politics, and I actually spent 80 years to grow. But then he wanted to run in 1974, was just stopped by his father, and that he had to go to jail and spend 9 years, go on exile, and then come back, and spent many years struggling. Some of us, like I told you, I started working around Raila around 2006 as we were preparing him for 1996, as we prepared him for the 1997 elections. And, at that moment, he told us that we are not going into this to win. We are going into this to prepare ourselves for the 2007 elections. So you see, even as he was preparing in 1996, his best shot, he knew, was 2007. And indeed, that was his best shot. So I would want to encourage these young people not to look at short-term achievement. It is not going to come easy. It's going to take many years of struggle. And they will mature through it. Probably one of them will rise up to the point of becoming Raila Odinga.
And I think this is the thing that we're trying to get to, even in this conversation. Sometimes to lend to discourse, you don't necessarily look for a solution, but you can see things that can form that solution later on. Now, the things that you speak about Raila Odinga are not undisputed. It's clear, the world over. Everybody's seen that. Thinking about, we are going towards revolution. We will get to that place at some point. We are fighting for freedoms. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for constitutionalism and the rule of law. All of these things, over and over and over again, it was compacted, it was compounded, it was over time. The question is, the people who surrounded him, even though he may have cherry-picked them, can we say that truly more than 2 or 3 bear and share those same ideals and will practice them in the way in which he did? Or did they find themselves around him so that they could cement their positions for the future? And that's why we see the scrambling that we do today. Is that something that makes kind of some sense?
History will be able to define them. When I was in Form 4, when Jaramogi died, I was in Kisumu, and I was preparing to go to school at 5. And then, as I put on the radio, there was an announcement that the Ford Kenya chairman, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, is dead. We did not know, we did not imagine that anyone amongst the people who are surrounding him could fit into his shoes. Jaramogi was too big at that moment, okay? And there was a struggle for a moment. And just as we, dismiss each other at this moment, people dismissed everybody around Jaramogi. It took many years for Raila Odinga to emerge to the point where, in my view, he has actually eclipsed Jaramogi. You might want to realize that there were a significant number of people around Jaramogi actually dismissed Raila Odinga. I thought that, oh no, he doesn't fit. He cannot be what Jaramogi was. He's too, he's too aggressive. Okay, but you look at Raila, who passed on at 80 years old. He was probably more sober than Jaramogi was. Yes, he was more uniting. He would try to see the bigger picture when all of us would want to see this small everything about Kenya from the small prism of what we have experienced.
I think that there are people at the moment who harbor the same drive and aspiration that Raila Odinga had.
Who's this?
And that they would fight tooth and nail to ensure that they actually push for that. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
My question, Bosco, is that if those people exist and it's beyond Ndu on a Monday morning pontificating, if those people exist, do you see them being allowed to actually sit in those positions and drive the agenda by the party, first of all, and by anybody else in the country?
Very well. You know what is happening is the problem we're having in unemployment in our country is the same problem we're having in ODM. We have old guards who have refused to give way to the young people, to the positions that they are supposed to give, and allowed to be in the advisory team. So we have an 81-year-old who still wants to insist to be the party leader of the ODM, and it happens very fast. Less than even, people say there's no vacuum in this world, and it was demonstrated very well that even before you could bury the Honorable Raila Odinga, with all the respect that we have for him in this country, he already replaced, or rather gave some position to the brother, and now today is the defining moment. Whatever the Central Management Committee decides has a lot of impact in 2027.
You mentioned Babu Owino. You mentioned that name. You mentioned Edwin Sifuna. There was somebody else you mentioned. You mentioned Jim Orengo.
Yes.
Do you think that the party bigwigs would allow that narrative to push through for just these 3 individuals as an example?
They will not allow that. Why? Because they are already in the government, for example, and the people who are in government already have said they will not leave their positions. And the Opio and Bandi, Oparanya, they are not leaving those positions. And it's to the advantage of William Ruto, because to him, he perceived these people who was given by Raila Odinga to have some supporters from where they come from. So he would be happy to have them. And President William Ruto, politics as it is, is about your calculations. And if the president is able to manage the transition of ODM to his advantage, well in. And someone called Uhuru Kenyatta. You have seen what Uhuru Kenyatta has impact in terms of political landscape.
He just needs to open his mouth at this point.
Exactly. He doesn't. He is there. You mention his name. So whichever way you tell people to go, his people, be it the mountain or people in Azimio, it will have a lot of impact on who becomes president.
I have the question in terms of the ODM, right? So here is a decision that will be made by a few individuals who sit at the top.
Yeah.
But remember, even at the time when Raila Odinga was about to get into broad-based government, he went to his people. He went across the country to listen to what his people had to say. As we sit here today, the party ODM, does it belong to the people? Or does it belong to the leadership? Or, others say, Odingaism still exists in ODM, Wakil.
You know, I try to invite the three or the four of us here to look at this moment as bigger than what we are talking about. It can't be defined as ODM. I am happy that you're talking about Odingaism. Odingaism will be a big thing. Raila is just like that thunder just before the rain that happened, okay? And the fullness of the impact of the death is yet to unravel. And you can hold me to this statement 2 years down the road. We have not even just started discussing Raila's ideology to understand what he was. And what I'm saying is that what will finally represent Raila Odinga might not necessarily be ODM.
I want to hold you on that,
Yes.
Wakili. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
We'll come back and continue because we're going to open that up just a little bit.
Thank
Folks, we continue with this conversation in a bit. It's right now, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Kenya is today administering the first Kenya Junior School Education Assessment of KJSEM for grade 9 learners, the pioneer class for the competency-based education. The national assessment marks the end of junior secondary school and the transition to senior school. According to the Kenya National Examinations Council, the KJSEM will evaluate learners' competencies across 9 learning areas through a combination of multiple choice, structured and essay-type questions alongside practical projects. These teachers said their students were fully prepared for the exams.
We are very well prepared and we want to pray that God gives us the results because we've really worked hard. A notable change is that this year in the KJSEA there will be structured questions and there will be objective questions. So at least we know how to do the packaging, how we have prepared the kids on even the shading. That previously we used to shade, the kids used to shade by just having a stroke, but this time they'll be doing a full shade in the entire number that is in the OMR.
However, there is no that pressure like what we used to see in 844.
In a shift from the long-standing examination tradition, the 11.1 million candidates for the KJSEA assessment will not be issued with a certificate when the results will be released. Instead, the candidates will be issued with result slips showing their performance in each subject without an overall grade. The overall grade will be shared exclusively with the Ministry of Education to guide placement into senior secondary schools. The Senate is set to resume sittings tomorrow after a 2-week break, with several bills and motions line up for debate. Senators will debate the county government's laws amendment bill, which seeks to improve county governance through several changes, including introducing a decennial audit of county public service operations to hold governors accountable after they leave office. The bill, sponsored by Garissa Senator Abdul Haji, seeks to amend the County Governments Act to provide clarity in the publication of legislation passed by county assemblies and to mandate governors to deliver an annual address before county assemblies. Senators will also discuss construction practices and climate change risks under the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, which seeks to amend the National Construction Authority Act to include provisions related to an environmentally sustainable industry. The House will also debate the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill, the County Attorney Amendment Bill, and the Seeds and Plant Varieties Amendment Bill. Kakamega Deputy Governor Ayud Sabfula has slammed MPs for passing what he termed as repressive bills, citing the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2025. According to Savula, the new law aims to stifle dissent.
Si shida ya Rais William Ruto, ni wajumbe wetu. Hamsomi sheria ama nini inatendeka. Hii pale rudi chini sana. Imerudi chini sana. Wanasema huyu mtoto akitusi kiongozi kwa mtandao afungwe miaka 5. Hawa watoto hawana kazi. Ati kama ufungwe miaka 5 ulipe milioni 5 fine. Ninyi wajumbe mlikuwa wapi sheria mkipitisha? Mnaishi nchi gani?
On Sunday, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula said the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2025 is designed to safeguard families, especially children, from harmful online content, violent extremism and cultism. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah also defended the new law.
Na kati ya malengo ya hiyo sheria ni kukinga kanisa dhidi ya dini potovu ama cultic behavior and religious extremism. Wale watu ambao ni waporojo, they have been peddling lies that the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill or Act is there to undermine the rights of Kenyans to communicate or to engage with each other on social media.
Hundreds of protesters have clashed with security forces in several cities across Cameroon a day before the results in a highly contested presidential election are due to be announced. Police fired tear gas and water cannons at the supporters of opposition candidate Issa Bakari in his stronghold of Garua, a city in the north of the country. The protesters were denouncing what they said was a plan by the ruling party, the Cameroon People's Democratic Movement, to steal the victory from the opposition leader. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At about 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, our conversation continues this morning. It's the 25th. No, it's not. It's the 27th of October. This is a Situation Room. Ndu and Dennis with you. And we're having a conversation this morning and we're going around. Okay, so we have come from a place where the enigma, the person, the one who actually has an ideology for Kenya named after him, maybe the only one at this point in terms of Odingaism, and then asking the question, folks are already starting to clamor. The scamper, the scramble has already begun. Whether we want to wait for some time, as Nyamweya says, or whether, as Bosco says at this point, you know what, we need to be in a situation where we're looking towards who's going to actually carry this mantle and move forward. What will the politics look like? Bosco, you know what some people are saying?
Yeah.
Speculation is rife that as a result of the glue that held this party together, has, because he has exited the scene, that the party also is falling apart. Is it?
Yeah, of course, it's falling apart for this reason. You see, someone like Babu Owino and Sifuna, I think they read this far away, very far away. And they saw that even moving forward, they need to cut their own path. And I will see this. They had seen that they really want at some point, if these people will go the broad-based way, they need to cut their own path. And maybe you will see very soon ODM, Kenya Moja, some coalition or parties coming up. And I want to say at this point, and disagree with my senior here, that Odingaism to me is what is called fanatism. Raila had both supporters and fanatics. Fanatics in this way. Someone who believes in Dennis and he doesn't care whether Dennis is wrong or right. Remember during the Katiba, the Constitution, we don't want to read the Katiba, Raila has read for us.
Yes.
Someone who can go there on the road, throw stones, the police are shooting and he doesn't care. You know, just because Raila, we are fighting for this and that, and Raila is there. So that Odingaism, my colleague is talking about.
But it was a powerful force. Raila Odinga could stand up and say, we are not going to work tomorrow and we all stay at home.
Raila is someone who could pull a crowd of 10,000 people with not paying them or anything, and they are there. That's what I'm talking about. Both supporters and fanatism. But that thing now, you see now, it's now being split into two. Whereby there are people who are in that ODM who feel that now we need to stand for the real values and principles that Raila talked about or stood for. People like Orengo. Orengo has been with Raila since the one party states in the 90s. He was in the trenches being fought with him. He has come with him all the way during Constitution 2010, fighting for Constitution. He has been with him in Mandamano. He knows Raila's style and thoughts inside out. And I would say this. That's why I said Orengo have been one of the who would have steered this party moving forward very well. I wanted to say about now, I wanted to explain something about why I was talking about Gachagua and now Raila Odinga. I'm not belittling Raila Odinga when I mentioned that. I'm just saying Raila is gone and there are some people who are inheriting the things he used to do, and they are coming out very well. This
like
way.
What?
The people in this country cannot trust Gachagua as a president. Why? One, ethical issues. You have corruption and all this manner of things. Two, the case in court about impeachment. It's Brad about his case and impeachments. The other thing is about track record. What track record does Gachagua have? 2 years, 3 years member of parliament, one-term member of parliament, then 2 years now deputy president. I mean, people, Gachagua got to be re-elected with William Ruto in the same candidature, and then he saw how William Ruto did it towards the election. He found it very easy. But this guy called William Ruto calculated it over 10 years ago. That's why he was able to hit it in one go. So what I'm saying is that how is Gachagua inheriting this? Gachagua is inheriting the issue I had said. People used Raila Odinga. When you are seen back then fighting Raila Odinga, who is fighting for the people, you are seen to be an enemy of the people, and you became popular in one way or the other. So people like Wanga are positioning themselves and saying, we don't want Gachagua to come to our region. I mean, that's tribal, as I said. But when you look at also the arithmetics, the national arithmetics of political arithmetics are not favoring Gachagua in any way. So when he tells people he has 8 million votes, and I also come from the mountain and he has not asked me for my vote, so maybe he has 7999 without my vote. So ideally, those are the things that are coming out. But to answer what you had asked about the new crop of leaders, and will they be able to take over the party? I said, and I'll repeat again, if these people who have the ideals of Raila Odinga walks out, ODM is a shell, and it will remain like ANC, Ford Kenya, or these other party of Wamalwa, where people, Salasia, and these are taking each other to court, those kind of fights. But they have a great chance to transform that political party, to bring new leadership, take advantage of the trends of the young people, the Gen Zs, and move the party forward and rebrand maybe.
Wakili, let's look at leaders who got to power. What many would say, like Bosco has said, one just needed to say, I'm supporting Raila Odinga, and you get to power. Sure. That you just needed to show up with Raila Odinga, and you're sure, especially in Luo Nyanza, that because umonekana na baba, you'd be voted in. So there is the issue of individuals who got to these positions, right? Because of Raila Odinga, but never built a profile around them to support them being there. And that now that Raila Odinga is no longer there, they are considered to be political orphans, because where else do they go? They never built themselves up. But there is the aspect of, like he said, Raila Odinga was the boogeyman. Yeah. You just oppose Raila Odinga and you're sure of getting to power. That is no longer there. Is Gachagua the new boogeyman?
You know, guys, I want to...
You're asking Nyamweya, who wants a cidue to be erected on Moya?
Let me tell you, you are simplifying Raila Odinga.
I told you.
You know, Friedrich Engels, Karl Marx, co-author of the various books on communism, once wrote, when a journalist wrote something that was demeaning on Karl Marx, and he said that I will allow you to critique Karl Marx and say anything about it. But what I will not allow you is to write what is an insult to his legacy. Mm-hmm. My view is comparing Raila Odinga to Gachagua is an insult to the legacy of the greatness of Raila Odinga. Mm-hmm. Okay, but what I'm saying, that probably Gachagua may, just like all other Kenyans, like all of us, be inspired by Raila Odinga. Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping that when they get people like Gachagua get inspired by Raila Odinga, then they'll start talking about village and tribe, and talk about nation. That then we will be inspired not just to think about Kenya as in terms of an opposition and a government, and to think about a nation. Mm-hmm. And borrowing the words of His Excellency President William Ruto, the president actually mentioned that Raila Odinga was bigger than any one of us, bigger than all of us. And now you see, the president used that moment to inspire the nation, that we can have a new beginning. And it is not the moment for us to be righteous. Mm-hmm. It's a moment for us to, borrow, to drink from the depth of the well that Raila Odinga represented. Okay? So what am I telling you about, people who came to power because of invoking Raila Odinga's name, or because of Raila Odinga supporting them? Raila was the consciousness of the nation, the consciousness of the movement that he represented. And therefore, if he decided that he then told his supporters that Ndu is a good leader, his supporters, because of many years of trusting him, would have no reason to doubt.
Even if the person is absolutely useless.
The interesting thing about democracy is that ultimately that vote is made by the people. Okay? And if the people then make that choice, they own that decision. And it is these people who had decided that Raila Odinga was important to them and could represent their consciousness. And then my view is that everybody must now find his space. Mm-hmm. It is the moment for you to prove whether you really represented a Railaism, whether the people can still elect you because they think you are a Raila. And I'm thinking that especially in the various areas around the country, and it's not Luo Nyanza alone, in the coast and many others, even in Nairobi, constituencies, wards, and counties that voted along with Raila Odinga. I think the Raila legacy will still define who will lead. I am seeing the next election, for instance, people losing on the basis that in the last 2 years since Baba died, we have not seen you representing. what Baba stood for.
There you go.
Yeah.
It took us an hour and 17 minutes, but there you go, Nyamweya.
Yeah.
That it is clear, like what Bosco was saying, that it's hanging on to the idealism without sinking teeth into the realism of the issue. That what Kenyans want today, because this all comes back to the people. And so the question is, what Kenyans want? They want systems that work. They want adherence to the rule of law and constitutionalism. They want to be able to operate in their country under the leadership that is going to ensure that this conducive environment is made and kept for perpetuity. They want to ensure that that happens. These are the things that Raila stood for. But the hangers on to the idealism are not sinking their teeth into it today. And that's what's going to get them booted out, which is why Bosco is saying, I assume, I don't want to speak for him, but Bosco, is that not, people are saying, these guys are not going to be able to fight for the thing. There are very few of them who will be able to, and they're not being given the opportunity to lead. And so those who don't sink their teeth into the thing are going to fall off along the way. Come 2027, they'll be nowhere.
Actually, I want to agree with you 100% in this way. The biggest problem we have in this country is in the parliament, the members of parliament we elect. The law was passed the other day. People are crying all over. Was it passed in county assembly in Kiambu or in Njeri? It was in the national parliament. These people, we have been told previously, when bills come there, they go to the toilet, get 10,000, and they allow bills. So, what am I saying? Moving forward, if we have to get the right leaders for this country, we start with members of parliament. Get the right people to do this job. Because we cannot allow, you see this thing of even just saying Odingaism, someone is taken to the podium there, you raise their hand, huyu ndiye tunataka. And people vote to a man, to that person, without caring whether he has education, he has integrity, he has, track record, nothing. Just because he is brown or he is red or whichever way he is, or he's a good musician, or he's a comedian. What do you expect from a comedian? Comedy. What do you expect from wash? You get wash in parliament. That's where the problem is. So first of all, let us focus as citizenry. I'm not blaming anyone, but I'm just saying as the citizen of this country. Right now there is voter registration. How many people are even getting votes? What is the opposition leadership doing in genuine oversight to IEBC to make sure there is voter registration? The voter apathy we experienced in 2022, 14 million people voted out of the 22 million who are registered. Those are the things that opposition should be talking about. When you talk about now, when you see the people who are very vibrant in opposition, we are talking about Gachagua, someone who doesn't stand for anything. The only thing he stands is one term. One term. Where will one term take the people? Yes, correct the government, but with alternatives, like Raila Odinga used to do. Raila Odinga would say, the government, please stop doing this. Can you consider doing this? And even brings BBI, brings suggestions. He talks about supporting devolution. The things that are affecting the people. When 2010 constitution, we brought 2020 constitution, the aim was to remove power or reduce power from an authority from up there to the mashinani, to reduce the resources from the central government to the mashinani. But what are we seeing? Things which are totally different. So what we need as a people, first of all, is to fight for clean and people with clean record, people who can make laws to change this country. And Kenya has the best laws. Implementation, zero. When you talk about millennials like me, millennials are the people who have not participated in any way in changing this country. Let me prove to you. Raila Odinga, the people who fought for independence in 1963, they did their part. Raila Odinga, Kina Orengo and the rest fought for 2020 constitution. We have seen what Gen Z they have done in 2024, in 2025, what they are fighting for. What millennials did.
Pushed the economy.
Where? To where? Millennials, we sit pretty. When you see a fight there, you don't want to know who is being fought. You sit pretty and say, it doesn't concern me. It should concern you this time. We're starting with getting a vote, registering as a voter and voting in the end. Because now if we sit pretty and say, okay, the agencies will go vote or the other people will vote, the voter apathy will still be experienced. And I will tell you, Dennis and Odu, in this by-election, expect extreme apathy, especially from those young people. Because first of all, they are not registered as voters. And now we see in the by-election, they are not getting new. We are not getting new voters. So what I'm asking the young people, please, I'm encouraging them, even in these by-elections, what you have been showing in the streets, Madamano and all, can you just prove it? Show us by casting that vote. So I agree with you when it comes to, for example, in ODM, I can openly say, and I know my colleague here, Joshua, doesn't want to hear that. It has been a regional political party. It has been only in Nyanza, Western, and the coast. So ODM has a golden opportunity to rebrand, to make itself big and better. But now, the way they are going, which we can only almost even predict what will happen today. So if they don't allow the young people in that leadership, it is even a message they are sending to the younger people, the Gen Zs, that we are not, you people, you are not required. When you are leadership as young people, you're not required in this party. Go look for somewhere else. And those chaps, if they go make it's good to be sincere. If these chaps go and make another political party, the likes of Sifuna, Babu Owino, and Amisi, if they make a political party, in a record 1 year, it will have over 3 million registered members. And they will shake this country. So it's the opportunity. Even the president has an opportunity this time to take advantage of these young people and bring them to a side and see how we can...
Is this therefore, Akili, a Damascus moment for leaders? I would not just want to talk about ODM to be specific, but as leaders, is this a Damascus moment for them to talk to Wananchi, those who depended on Raila Odinga's court for them to get to power? It's an opportunity for them to go to talk to their people, for the people to understand them, away from being supported by Raila Odinga. Is it a point as well in Kenyan politics that we think of the Mwananchi service delivery, so that when anyone who gets to power, if it's in parliament, you do your role as expected of you, without thinking that in 2027 my hand will still be held by Raila Odinga or by William Ruto or by Rigathi Gachagua. And to the citizens, is it about time that we equally interrogated each and every individual that we are voting to these offices?
You know, we as we look at that, we need to look at what did Raila represent. Raila was a social democrat. Raila believed in the people, participation. Raila believed that services should deliver to the man in the streets. Raila believed that governance systems should work. Those are the things he preached. And so it behoves us as a country to continue pursuing that. And I'm hoping that as we, try to discuss Raila's consciousness, that we could try and inspire ourselves. And this, in my view, is not a moment to blame each other. It's a moment to inspire ourselves. And there are such moments. There are few moments. If we lose this, it will take us probably another 50 years to get such a moment. And I want to invite all of us in every platform that we are in, not to compactualize Raila into small pieces, Luo, ODM, and so on, but to look at him as this big inspirational leader who represented a certain consciousness of the nation and that can take us forward. And that we start building new leadership, we start building new consciousness, and we start building, strengthening our structures or building new structures that can take us forward. And I think the state funeral was an opportunity for us to do that. You had, for instance,
how?
Let me tell you, it brought you had certain leaders saying that, for instance, in our region, we had never seen a state funeral. There was something quite symbolic in that. Government, police, and army, if we tell you about the experience of 1966 Kisumu massacre, about the 1980s and now 1990s, and the deaths and the injuries, government and police represented subjugation. For the first time, we saw government, military, and police saluting to the masses as part of mourning a national icon. It's sort of, the president and the military were telling the people that you, as a people of this region, we see you, we recognize you, we honor you, you are part of the country. And I think that goes to the rest of the country, that Raila gives us an opportunity to find ourselves as a nation and start building a new nation. I would want to, invite Bosco and the young people that he's talking about, that it is a long path. We should not be in a hurry. We should be able to define what we represent. And I would ask Bosco, for instance, some of these, leaders that he's talking about, if he has a 16-year-old, if he can leave them in the custody of those leaders and travel abroad to live with them, travel abroad for 6 months, and hopefully come and find that the son or the daughter they left that leader with is still safe. If you can find in such a leader somebody you can trust with your youth, then that leader should be supported.
Can you trust the current leadership with your youth?
That is the question we should ask ourselves.
I'm asking you.
That is the question we should ask yourself.
I'm asking you.
I am thinking that I can provide my own leadership right now.
Today,
and I've got a duty.
Under the leadership of President William Ruto, can you trust the country's youth under his leadership?
I trust my children with President William Ruto.
You do?
Yeah. My daughter is sitting exams today. I heard you in the morning mentioning that your daughter, your son is also sitting for exams today. I believe in the policies. And first, before I trained as a lawyer, I trained as a teacher. And I believe that President William Ruto has proper policies that will take this country forward.
Because kids are sitting exams today, we've moved from one place to the next? Or
not
there's leadership because an exam that was scheduled when CBC education curriculum system was set in place in 2018 December and then came into fruition in 2019. Are we saying that because of the leadership of William Ruto that we are now able to see an exam taking place? I don't understand the connection.
Not necessarily. Don't get agitated.
No, I'm not. I just want to understand.
Don't get agitated. Don't get agitated.
I'm not agitated. I want to understand what you're saying.
My point is, President William Ruto has moved towards uniting this country. President William Ruto came in when CBC had certain crises. You remember he set up a task force to try and look at some of these things. Not all of them have been addressed.
Yeah, they've just been looked at.
quite a number of them are being addressed. Some of them are big challenges. For instance, we have a big challenge within the universities. It will take a while for them to be resolved. But I think that the mechanisms that they are putting in place is to finally resolve them. My view is that rather than being dismissive, we need to find time to understand them. We need to be able to offer our views to try and improve them. We need to try and influence. And I think that is what Raila Odinga stood for. Raila, at the point where he was dying, he was not telling us to tear down the state. He was actually telling us that we need to join together to build this state, even as we call out leaders. Okay.
I think Bosco, you guys have asked about can we trust your children with the current leadership. I'll just go and ask, can you even trust an adult in the leadership?
That's precisely.
Before we get even to children, because you see, when you talk about Raila being a social democrat, what does that really mean? Do we understand the subject of being a social democrat? You know, that everything is equal across board, that everyone is given an opportunity to prosper. You know what I mean? But here's a situation where, do you trust the leadership today, even for an adult? It's very difficult because we see what is happening, Kazimaju. You know, we see what is happening today with voter education that is not happening yet. Civic education should happen from IEBC. I mean, where Kenya? Where are we today, Bosco? And how do we fix it if at all we are saying we are learning from things that Raila aspired to have?
You know, it's totally wrong when people demean young people and look down on them. Young people have energy, have innovation, and I will invite Wakili. I will show him. He has heard of the story. I will show him one of those people. He has heard of the story of an old man who is 23 years old and a boy who is 60 years. Those things exist. You know, it doesn't mean because I'm 16 years, I'm not innovative. I don't have ideas. I think the biggest problem we have in this country is that we have actually an acute deficiency of genuine leadership in this country. The leaders who are people-centered. People only think about, I was just listening to Pogisho the other day, explaining how he was employed as a member of parliament, earning 10,000, and how they used to come to parliament. Parliament was like a sacrifice. To be in parliament was like a sacrifice back then. And I would agree with him because having read history, I've seen, nowadays, being a member of parliament has been praised, has been, crowned with so many things, especially the perks that come with it. A member of parliament is actually the most paid person in this country. You might say he is earning $1 million, but they end up with more than that in their accounts at the end of the day. Well, look at the mileage and CDF and all this manner of things. But what I wanted to say is, moving forward, I think it is only proper for us to be genuine. For example, opposition needs to be very genuine in their oversight. Governments and all the other players need to be very genuine in their public participation, because we cannot have sometimes government or leaders, even in opposition, who think they have monopoly of ideas. And as you have rightly seen, Wakili is dismissing young people. They are not supposed to be involved in decision making. What happens when even all over the counties, go tell me how many young people, the youth ministry that has young people in those ministries. The young people need to be involved in decision making on matters that affect them. Because if that doesn't happen, we have lost it, ab initio. And you understand that term very well as an advocate. So what I'm saying,
tell us what ab initio means.
From the beginning, so we need to be genuine in the way we treat our citizenry, but also the citizenry, as I said earlier, they need to be keen. Don't be persuaded with 200 shillings. In fact, if you see a leader making people queue and giving you money, he's actually buying you. And the moment he goes to that parliament, he'll try to recover his money. And what is important is, let us try to bring each and every person's voice. Let us try to have issues of governance involving the voice of the people on genuine public participation. The public participation is done nowadays by the counties and even leaders. How do you have a public participation over an issue affecting CDF being run by a member of parliament? The person who is supposed to do that oversight. How do you have a member of parliament implementing CDF, which is supposed to do oversight? Already conflicts of interest. Look at the same things in the counties. I've actually worked in counties previously, and I'll tell you, public participation in the counties and the kind of public participation done are predetermined. You call the people that are aligned to you, and you put them in a room, ask them, is that okay? Yes. And otherwise, okay. Then you give them fare or whatever you give them. That's where corruption is happening every day. We should be talking about the 13 billion that about corruption. The 13 billion that corruption is happening with our police bribery every day. Those are the things that we should be talking about, making laws that are anti-corruption in this country. Those are the things that we should go to the people, even these young people. Let's not assume that they want this money, they want that. The reason they are going to Ukraine and Russia, being killed there, looking for opportunities, is because they believe these opportunities, some of those exciting opportunities with big packs, are outside there. Let us call them, like Raila had already initiated, intergeneration dialogue. Listen to them. Maybe they just want internet in their estates and their villages. Then they look for those opportunities online. Those are the things we need to talk about. So this fallacy of only the old people staying in the positions, government allowing people who are retired to be given consultancy, they are good, yes. They have the wisdom. Let them give advisory to these young people and allow them to get these positions. And then lastly, what is important that will end this unemployment in this country is industrialization, is creating a good environment for the private sector to create employment for our people. Today we are having 2 million young people doing exams every year. According to FKE, every year over 1 million people come out to the job market. Government cannot employ 1 million people. Even if it's police or whichever way, they cannot. So the best way, and I think some of the things that President William Ruto has done, if I may like it or not like him, some of the things he's doing, is really trying to implement some of these things, despite the challenges the economy is facing. Well, look at the KIPES, the industrialization is doing in each and every county, and what is doing in terms of food production. But that's not enough. Even the Galana project, for example, needs to be well thought out and involve these young people. They have innovation. They can use other methods, modern methods, to bring agriculture to the level that maybe we need. We have seen there was that issue of GMO, for example. It had a lot of noise. Maybe those are the things maybe we require in this country at the end of the day to end food challenges. The issues of cancer, as I finish, cancer, we should not be dealing with cancer towards the end. Let us think, what are the causes of cancer? Because, for example, in KEBS, when you have stories, we had oil or sugar, mercury, those are the things that the government should tie the knot and make sure we are getting the right products to our footstep, to our tables. We are becoming diverse. Because if you have a homestead where people are eating sugars from morning to evening, cancer is said to be thriving in sugars. So mtu anakula mkate asubuhi, lunch anakula githeri ambayo iko githeri with the potatoes, all this starch, evening starch, every time tea. I mean, we need also to educate our people on what to do when it comes to our food, the foods we take. So we go backwards and try to see where is this cancer coming from, and also improving our health sector.
Nyamweya, realist or idealist?
Idealist.
I'm trying to frame Bosco, and I can place him. At some point, he's talking about young people. Sometimes he's telling us it's Gachagua that represents the conscience of the nation. I don't know, but then in my view, I still want to go back to the subject matter, Raila Odinga. And I think Raila told us that in this country, we need to build infrastructure. He talked about industrialization. He talked about agricultural production. And I think we need to focus on those. We need to, as part of, getting back to the consciences of the nation, try and find out really what did this man want. You see, when he demolished houses, for the development of the roads, he was blamed. But many years after that, we are celebrating that he was able to open up Nairobi and other parts of the country. And then so we have opportunity, for instance, to build the Rironyu to Mau Summit Road. Let's try and focus on those. Let's unite the country around those, because I tell people, for instance, that roads are not just infrastructure. Where roads is a determination of who you want to give opportunities. It's only those that you give roads that get opportunities. Let's build our education. Let's build our agriculture. And I'm hoping that these young people that we are trying to encourage to be the Railas of tomorrow will know that it doesn't come easy, and that they'll have to struggle over the years. They will have to fail and stand again, and and they will have to reach across the aisle and shake hands with their opponents if the nation is to move forward, because no single group can be able to single-handedly move this country forward. So I would want to invite Bosco and the rest of those who believe in what he's talking about, that let's join up together. Sure. But as we do that, let's not dismiss anybody. Because if we dismiss anybody, then we lose part of the nation. And whenever we lose part of the nation, we are not able. All the moments when we have been able to bring this country, we have moved this country forward, is when we have moved from our narrow positions and reach out to each other and reach compromises. And those compromises have been better than what we had before. When we were having the constitution, there was a lot of argument of those who thought that we need to throw it out simply because it did represent everything we wanted. But at some point, we had to make compromises. And when we made compromises, we have the 2010 Constitution. Yeah, we were able to move from the post-election violence in this country because the leaders were able to accept less than each and every one of them had wanted. So that is what I would want to tell the country, that Raila represented handshakes, Raila represented broad-based, Raila represented nationhood, Raila represented, nationalism over regionalism. So let's inspire. For instance, the young kids who are sitting exams today, I am hoping that when they finish there, as they sit there, they're inspired by the man Raila Odinga. And when they get there, I'm hoping that if I ask my daughter, so what inspired you as you wrote your exam? She will tell me that, what she heard about Raila Odinga during the morning period inspired her that she will have to work hard and know that she's not going to get it easy. But I also want to urge, especially the young people who are doing exams today, that it really doesn't matter. Let them do their exams. It really doesn't matter what the results would be. The fact that they have reached this level, they have an opportunity to move forward in different paths, and not everybody will follow the same paths. We grew our children and try to, at young age, we want all of them to be engineers and pilots and all that, but not everybody can be that. But we need to, convince even those who don't get it that they could still be that, following different paths, or they could still settle for other careers.
Shouldn't the message be, even for young people who sit exams today, or those who go into school, shouldn't the message be that there is a right way to do things, and then there's a wrong way to do things which we shouldn't follow? So it doesn't matter whether it's education, it doesn't matter whether it's government, it doesn't matter whether it's social justice or human rights or rule of law or governance, that there is a right way to do things, and that there is a flow in which things ought to follow. We shouldn't be saying, well, just do your exams and it shouldn't matter what the outcome will be because everybody's going to go all over the place. There should be a path that even people, whether it's a 3-year-old, 6-year-old, 9-year-old, who are 10-year-old, that they should actually start to understand that there's a right way to do things, there's a right way to be governed, there's a right way to be led, and get away from this idea of at leastism, which is another ism that I've made up.
When I talk about it really doesn't matter the outcome of this exam, okay, is that we push our children, that we want them to emerge top of their classes. And in doing that, we sort of, put so much pressure on the children that, and when they don't achieve what they expected, then they get frustrated, okay? Then we get to a point where we think that we have children who are successful and certain ones are failures. I know, for instance, and I told you that I'm a trained teacher, that no child is a failure. Only systems can fail, okay? There's no child, once a child is born and goes through education, that child will continuously absorb knowledge and experience, and that child at any level should be able to find something to do. Okay? And we need to encourage our children that after their exams, they will actually be capable of moving forward to build their careers. And it doesn't matter the path they take. Exactly.
I want to look at the man Raila Odinga, right?
Yeah.
Briefly. Yeah. In his death, we saw a country that was united, a country that spoke of flowers or of this man than when he was alive, Yeah. And the greatest lesson that we would say would learn from that is the greatness or the power that we would have as a country united and speaking in one voice, as a country united in saying no to corruption, a country united saying no to police brutality, a country united saying no to leadership that does not serve them, and knowing and understanding the constitution that there is. So in terms of just looking at Raila as well and the decisions that he made, that those who say as much as Raila Odinga did some great things for the country, their mistakes, their failures that he equally had, because man is to error. You know, Gen Zs today say 2024 we had the government where we wanted them to be. We had an opportunity to change the country, but because of handshake we lost that opportunity of changing this country. And that perhaps would go down the history as, depending on who is looking at it, as one of the failures of one Raila Odinga. But that notwithstanding, how then do we look at all these sides and say we have learned that there is an opportunity to build bridges, right? There's an opportunity to shake hands. There's an opportunity for Kenyans to be united, not just when someone passes on, but even before that, celebrate them and equally make Kenya a country that ought to be. Bosco.
Thank you, Dennis. Moving into the future, let us be genuine to each other. Let ODM make the right decisions that are aligned to what values of Raila Odinga were. Let the opposition also be genuine in their cause, be it oversight. Let us appreciate the reconciliatory tone that Raila Odinga taught us. Let us appreciate the forgiveness. Mama Ida talked about her looking at Raila and warning people not to inherit Raila Odinga's enemies, because, and also there is this senator from Western Gishu who had once said, siasa pana weka kwa roho, because one day they are here, the next day they shake hands. So moving into the future, let us look at a reconciliatory tone. And I want to invite also people like Wanga. Let them allow Gachagua to go whichever part of the country he wants to go. He is a Kenyan. There's a constitution well enshrined. Freedom of speech, freedom of movement. Let that be allowed. That is what is going to bring unity to our country. So when you start demarcating countries, the parts of the country that you should not cross that line, I mean, that will not help us as a country. Also, as we move forward, let us encourage our young people. Now they are doing exams. One of the mistakes that our parents did, and even us, we could be repeating the mistakes, is telling our child, when he's in grade 1, you need to be number 1. Then in class 8, you need to get A, secondary, get grade A, then get a what? A job. Let us run away from that. Let us encourage our children to do whatever they will get. They can even be self-employed. They can create production avenues like factories and employ themselves and employ others. I will tell you what, I work with these young people and I know how they think and how they operate. That's why I wanted to answer to Wakili. He needs to appreciate where I'm coming from. I work with them, and I am also inviting the government. Let the government make up policies that are aligned to the trends of these young people. The young people, they don't want the conventional way. They want to, let the government appreciate dress code, for example. They want to come in jeans and some labeled t-shirts like Huduma number, Huduma centers stuff. And also appreciate sometimes they don't need to come to the office. They can work from home if some of these things are easily doable. Because I have worked with them, and I'll tell you, agents will come to your office, will come to your workplace. A job you're supposed to do from 8 to 5, he does it in 3 hours using his innovation, and you'll be wowed. You know, let us appreciate them and do everything that is aligned to what they are thinking about. And we will be able, at the end of the day, get the value of their innovation. And everyone moves together, as Wakili says. So moving into the future, let us carry everyone along. Let us not say, you are young, I'm old. Let's sit in the table. And as I said, I would equally encourage a discussion whereby that intergenerational discussion, which involves the government, young people, the opposition, young people, everyone, and be able to but let us have rules whereby we will have a decorum in this discussion. We'll have our views aired in the best way possible. Let the government go reach out to these young people wherever they are. If they're in Instagram or X, let's reach out to them and hear their views. You know, That's what really will move this country forward.
Is that what will move this country forward? Just hearing the views? Because I can hear you. But if I hear you and I actually do something about this collective view, perhaps, and perhaps that's the thing. And that's why, we may not want to hear it, but that's why the things that Raila Odinga spoke about for 30 years, that we started to see them so glorified when even one was done. When he led a referendum, he did. When he led a referendum for the institution of a new constitution, it was far from the minds of people in terms of, okay, so what's going to happen? But then when he said, you know what, this is what we should actually be thinking about, and led the battalion of people, it didn't seem like anything until it actually happened. And that could be the issue that we suffer from so much, that we suffer from a lack of implementation of these wonderful things that we say we want to do. Create a conducive environment. That's what government is supposed to do in the first place. Make sure that your children are educated in the best way possible, set up healthcare, secure your people. But we fail to implement these things. And so when one is done, we want to make it seem as though the world will stop or has come to an end because one has been implemented. And we suffer from this lack of ability to take this thing home. And that's what leadership ought to do. That's what leadership ought to implement. And that's what we suffer from, is it not?
But remember what I said. I started by saying we have a problem. We don't do genuine oversight, genuine public participation. Because sometimes the government will, as you have said, we have all these laws, we have these ideas, but where did these ideas and laws come from? We didn't ask these people what they really want. We assumed, oh, Dennis is suffering or he has this challenge. Let's give him this. For example, now youth are being given Nyota, this money, and perhaps these kind of things. But I don't know how that public participation was done. And we really need to involve them. That's why my point was very simple. Let us get these views as much as we can and make policies that are aligned to those views. And also, now once we tell them we need this to be done, let the young people be accountable to their leader. Let the leaders be accountable, and the young people will call them out on good governance, on everything that they need to do. Lastly, Kenya is run by rule of law. And if you elect someone in office, you expected that after 5 years is when the next election is. Let the people get votes. Even if you occupy, you go where, the best and the easiest way is to right now get the vote and wait for those leaders we want to remove in 2077 because now that will give us peace.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. My view is that Kenya is moving forward. Some of us lived through the 1980s and 90s, and I know that we have moved forward in terms of governance. We have moved forward in terms of education, in terms of healthcare. I think we have very good policies. I agree that we have certain areas where we need to improve on implementation. But then for us to do this, we need to come together in a discourse, not fight. And that we do not need to be dismissive of the leaders who are there. These leaders represent who we are. We elected them. They were not forced on us. And so we have another opportunity in 2027 to make a choice. For now, we need to support them as we hold them to account. And we need to give our ideas. But as Raila Odinga...
Who do you give ideas to?
We need to give our idea. I mean, the Constitution...
How would that work? Yeah. Remember what public participation looks like, even established by members of parliament themselves, and that there's no framework for public participation, essentially, that's being followed from members of parliament themselves. So what you have is a slapstick kind of methodology when it comes to taking in public views. So when we keep saying that the people need to be involved, how exactly should that work?
The issue of public participation has been, canvassed in court quite a bit. And the courts have given principles of what should define public participation. That there cannot be a specific prescription on how far, how deep, and how wide an issue should be canvassed. It depends on what the issue is, depends on who the stakeholders it depends on the impact that it would involve. But it should be broad enough, it should be deep enough, the quality should be such that it carries along the voices of the people. So then the question that we need to be continuously asking ourselves is that our decision making carrying forward our aspirations.
No,
and
that's the answer.
And it just does not depend on leadership. Leaders, anybody who is in a position of power would want to have a discretion. It also depends on us as the people. It depends on the civil society to help. This public participation forums are advertised. Sometimes you realize that you go there and there are only 10 people who have attended. And then after the law has been enacted, you hear the members of the public complaining that we didn't know that is happening. So we need to take our civic responsibility more seriously and know that it goes beyond just criticizing. It involves listening to news. It involves reading newspapers. It involves going to those forums. It involves giving our views. It involves tracking our views to ensure that our views are considered. Not all views will be taken into consideration, will be input into the decisions, but at least a consideration should be made of them.
Indeed.
Yes. So we have a responsibility. Right holders also have responsibilities, and we should be able to exercise those responsibilities.
For sure. And it came from Nyamweya himself when he says you should go out and get a copy of Kenya's Bold newspaper. That is the standard. So you want to find out exactly what's going on. So you can actually go ahead and do that. So thank you for that, because then you've reminded us that we can actually do that. And our conversation spanned quite a number of things. Then to be able to remember where the country is coming from and the direction in which it is going. Likely that we're going to see a lot coming out of even today's meeting. And a week is a very long time in the political space, a very long time. All these things that we're talking about have happened in the course of exactly 1 week. And then to be able to see it moving forward. We should never downplay the impact of Raila Odinga on Kenya's free space. And of course, many narratives continue to form around many of these things. We want to thank you very much, both of you, for joining in on this conversation with us this morning. It forms part of discourse. It forms part of thinking for folks to then be able to really interrogate and to weigh and to measure as we go into the next unforeseeable future, which could be tomorrow, for all we know. Joshua Nyamweya is an advocate and governance and policy expert, joined by Bosco Mutegi Kura, who is a political analyst and governance expert. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you so much. Very much.
Good morning. Koigi Nyamweya joins us in the hot seat at 9. Good morning.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. ODM Deputy Party Leader Abdul Swamad Nasir has said the party does not have a coalition agreement with Kenya Kwanza as the Central Management Committee prepares to meet this morning. Speaking during a televised interview, Nasir said the party is in what he described as a broad-based situation, contrary to widespread claims that ODM joined the government after signing a memorandum of understanding with UDA in March. The Mombasa governor, however, said ODM is firmly in the broad-based government, and that position will only change if President William Ruto fails to fully implement the 10-point agenda.
We never signed a coalition agreement. We never signed anything else. We signed exactly that. We're in a broad-based situation where at a time of a crisis, they just say that, all right, let's get every single person on board instead of having views where everyone is speaking. We have an agreement that, look, there are 10 issues that we feel are affecting Kenyans. We lined them up. We sat down.
Governor Nasir also dismissed widespread claims that cracks have widened within ODM over its cooperation agreement with President Ruto following the death of party leader Raila Odinga.
People are going to try and hope that we're going to to be divided. There's no doubt about it. I mean, people are actually thinking, people are actually praying that is what's going to happen. I'm looking at the papers today. The headline is Raila Party in crisis meeting. Who said it was a crisis? I have no idea where the word crisis came from. Who said we're in a crisis?
The ODM Central Management Committee is expected to meet at Orange House in Lavington, Nairobi, days after party officials endorse Senator Oburu Oginga as the interim party leader. They are expected to deliberate on the future of the party following the death of Raila Odinga. The Meteorological Department has warned residents of the coastal region to brace for heavy rains and strong winds from today as a weakening low-pressure system, Cyclone Chege, moves westward over the southwest Indian Ocean. The weatherman said the cyclone, currently located about 500 kilometers north of Madagascar, continues to weaken as it drifts across the northern Mozambique Channel toward the East African coast. Although its strength has reduced, the cyclone's proximity to Kenya and Tanzania may still influence weather conditions over southern coastal areas early in the week. The weatherman cautioned residents in coastal counties and those involved in marine activities to exercise vigilance and avoid deep sea ventures due to the risk of rough seas and strong gusts. Kenya is today administering the first Kenya Junior School Education Assessment, or KJSEA, for grade 9 learners, the pioneer class for the competency-based education curriculum. The national assessment marks the end of junior secondary school and the transition to senior school. According to the Kenya National Examinations Council, the KJSEM will evaluate learners' competencies across 9 learning areas through a combination of multiple choice, structured and essay-type questions alongside practical projects. These teachers said their students were fully prepared for the exams.
We are very well prepared, and we want to pray that God gives us the results because we've really worked hard. A notable change is that this year in the KJSEA there will be structured questions and there will be objective questions. So at least we know how to do the packaging, how we have prepared the kids on even the shading. That previously we used to shade, the kids used to shade by just having a stroke, but this time they'll be doing a full shade in the entire number that is in the OMR.
However, there is no that pressure like what we used to see in 844.
In a shift from the long-standing examination tradition, the 11.1 million candidates for the KJSES assessment will not be issued with a certificate when the results will be released. Instead, the candidates will be issued with result slips showing their performance in each subject without an overall grade. The overall grade will be shared exclusively with the Ministry of Education to guide placement into senior secondary schools. Sudan's paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, says it has taken control of the western city of El Fasher, marking a turning point in the civil war. The group said in a statement on social media that it had seized El Fasher from the grip of mercenaries and militias allied with the terrorist army. The loss would be a huge blow to the Sudanese army, as El Fasher is its last remaining foothold in the Darfur region, leaving the RSF effectively in control of the area. Sudan has been ravaged by conflict since 2023 after top commanders of the RSF and Sudanese army fell out and a vicious power struggle ensued. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 10 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday morning, and we're getting into it today, this morning, as we continue conversations. Thank you for keeping it here with us. We're going to get into one with retired politician, activist, journalist Koigi Nyamweya, who is in Nakuru. We'll be joining him by live link, and he'll have this conversation with us. And as we set that up in just a minute, some of our conversation continues because we will have a conversation from the Situation Room to Nakuru County, and so that happens in just a short while. In the meantime, we continue this conversation. We had said we were going to have an opportunity for Kenyans to speak to us in terms of, for people to speak to us about what they feel in terms of what position or what direction this conversation is going, then before we're able to make a connection with him. So, to hear from you, what position or what direction do you feel that this is all going? And you can call us this morning on 0732142650. That's 0732142650. Just before we get an opportunity to be able to talk with Koigi. we'll do this with you this morning. And as we get to that place where the political sphere seems to be changing, and does it seem as though the politicians have a handle on all of this? Everybody's talked about the fact that Raila Odinga gone, but will his legacy live on, and how will that live on? So we'll take a few calls from you. 0732 142 650, 0732 142 650. And so even as the political sphere seems to take on a different shape, do you really think that we're going to see people who will step out from their positions where they may have been shepherded or led or guided and actually take this thing by the horns and move with it?
I mean, the next few days will be really critical in how that then will get to happen, because for a very long time it's been said that almost everyone within ODM has always hung on Raila Odinga's coat. But now that he's not there, then how will these very same politicians get out there and show us what they're made of, what the metal that they are in terms of speaking to the Mwananchi and securing their positions and fighting for what they believe in, including maintaining Raila Odinga's legacy. So the next few days will be critical. In fact, today, we will see how that will pan out within the party.
Yep, there will be a meeting, but then I keep my directions keeps veering back to, is it about people who will take on particular positions, who will lead, guide, or is it about people who are actually going to come and bring the dreams or the needs, the desires of Kenya's people to reality, that to ensure that, yes, where you've made progress, that progress continues, or where you've done nothing, things are established to ensure that people who live within this nation state that is Kenya are actually living what a nation was meant to do and meant to be. Have you become comfortable whereby you say, well, at least, schools are open, at least there's a help. Can we actually get to the place where excellence is demanded of leaders at all points?
Ndu, that speaks to the current leaders that we have in office, including those who are outside but still have influence, and all that boils down to one document. I always talk about it, the Constitution. If we all just decide to play by the rule of the law, decide to implement the Constitution as expected, that when we pass budgets, we stick to that budget and live by it. When you talk about capitation, members of parliament passed these budgets in the National Assembly, but what then do they do to ensure that what it is they passed gets to the Mwananchi as expected? Once we get all these leaders, everyone playing by the rule of law, and Mwananchi as well just deciding to respect the rule of law, then we are home and dry. But if we still sit and hope and depend on individuals to chart the way forward, decide for us what is right and what is not good, without us seeing what is good and right, then we're not heading anywhere.
Sadly, and then the things that we hear coming out of, the public spaces over the last couple of days, whether you saw that a finance bill which led hundreds of thousands of people to the street and that ended up in the death of close to 100 people, that actually the same thing came back in 4 different bills, and this is coming from the leader of the majority, then you want to ask, who is being represented when you send people to parliament? Who's being represented? Is it the interests of those individuals, or is it actually the interests of Kenyans? When you hear something like that, and that it is said in public, unabashed, not shy at all, because at the end of the day, it's the attitude of what's going to be done. Who cares? I've said it. And I don't know if we're supposed to be proud in that moment. They say, oh yeah, these guys are so brilliant. What they've done is that they've taken the finance bill, which caused so much drama in the first place, and then we've, brought it back in 4 new bills. Were Kenyans supposed to be proud? Who was the audience here? Was there supposed to be a moment of applause when that was said? And would you then be surprised if met with angst from Kenyans at the point where they said, come on now, this is the thing that killed people. This is the thing that disappeared children, sons and daughters. This is the thing that people had to go to mortuaries to look for their kith and kin. And we are saying that actually, you know what? Well, we just took it and we split it into 4 and we reintroduced it back.
Yeah. It speaks of a leadership that thinks they're there to represent the executive and what it is they want, not a leadership that is there to represent the people and what the people want. Because in such matters, one would expect that members of parliament, leaders would have sat and audited that bill, look at where the problems were, and strive to do right and listen to what Kenyans wanted. Because if you look at the Kenyans getting out to oppose the Finance Bill 2024, what exactly were they doing? I take that to be one of the largest public participations that Kenya participated in to share their anger, to share their frustration to members of parliament after they felt they were not heard and listened to. So if you decide to go back and implement that which Kenyans have said no to, what exactly are you saying? Public participation is just a suggestion.
A suggestion, it really doesn't matter. Well, if we look into those situations that bring us to the point whereby, sadly, we have to think and look for good that has been done, then it's a bit difficult. Or if you say, well, at least there's a road that you can use, at least there's this. That's, I think, the danger of this problem, that you have people who are hurtling down a hill and you're not quite sure what's going to stop them from getting to a place of injury. And that if the desire is to be like nations of the world that have reached a certain level of democracy, then there are certain things that you should do. Or if the desire is to reimagine your own democracy, can we start to look at ways in which this is actually being done? You can't actually have fresh wine in old wineskins. You cannot do that. I'm not just necessarily talking about people. That you cannot forge ahead with an old way of doing things. Or historic way of doing things, which may have worked then if you only are trying to achieve here. But if you're trying to get to a higher level, then by golly, there are things that you must do. There are people that you must get rid of. There are things that cannot be negotiated when it comes to how you operate. And if we don't start to think in that direction, then we have a major problem.
You know, every other time we are told of how China is a model on how they changed their situation. We are told of Singapore and how they became a developed country. But we never pause to ask ourselves, what did they do for them to get here? Over the weekend, I was just listening and following up on China, and ever since they have 5-year plan, leadership after leadership after leadership, that they stick to that plan, you know. But here, what is our plan in the next 5 years? Do you know that? Have Kenyans consumed that plan and are sticking to that? Has the leadership come up with that plan and they're sticking to it? Would one say that Vision 2030 is one that has been shared throughout the governments that are there? One would say no. It is just on paper. So therefore, as we talk about how we want to change our representation of people, how about we sit down, reimagine what it is we want, our vision, the places we want to be in the next few years, and stick to that plan without being derailed by personal ambitions and achievements that we want to leave behind there. Because at the end of the day, it is the legacy of a country, not a legacy of an individual. An individual might carry that legacy, but that legacy remains for a country.
Indeed. At this point, we're going to cross over to Nakuru, where Koigi Nyamweya is joining us in the Situation Room this morning, and we will have that conversation with him. So the Situation Room crosses over and goes towards counties, and as we do that, we'll be having a conversation with him. And so we'll cross over now and say a very good morning to Koigi. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I am doing fine and waiting for you.
Well, thank you for being so patient. Sometimes being able to connect with this technology gives us a bit of a challenge, but we've been able to do that now, and very glad that you were able to join us this morning.
I've lost my ear.
Have you lost your ear?
Hello?
Can you hear us? We can hear you. We can hear you well.
Now I can hear you, but
fantastic.
But I have not heard what you said. You just said.
Well, I was saying that we can hear you well, but I know that there's a bit of a delay, but at least we can continue with our conversation. And we're very happy that you joined us in the room this morning, albeit in Nakuru.
Yes.
So karibu sana.
I'm trying to follow.
No worries. Thank you for that.
To follow the debate.
So even as we have this conversation,
and,
please go ahead.
Yes. I was going to say that I agree with you that what the reason why we are lagging behind has to do with failure, our failure to make sure that we know what we want. And then proceed to achieve that at whatever cost. But every time I have thought about what we need to do, I keep getting back to a situation where the leaders and their interests are primary. I have not forgotten that the first crime that I was arrested and jailed for was having a book, being a book that most people might remember it. It is let me remember. The Art of War.
Yes.
By which is a very well-known book, but I was not allowed to read it, and for it I was locked up. Although the judge didn't seem to agree with the police who are prosecuting.
What was in this book?
Ever since.
What was in this book, Koigi, that would perhaps somebody have stopped you from reading publicly and that would essentially have thrown you in jail, which it did for 2 years? Why do you think that happened?
Because there was no freedom of expression. There was no freedom to read books. There was no freedom of thinking outside the thought pattern of leaders. And from that, after release, I know I stayed a long time struggling for the freedom of expression, freedom to read books, freedom to think.
Koigi, as we talk today about the freedoms, freedoms of democracy, freedom of expression that you fought for during your time, are you in a position to say that Kenya today has achieved these freedoms, that Kenyans today are able to express themselves better, that the democracy you fought for at the time is something that can be seen in the current Kenya?
I think the freedoms that I was fighting for have yet to be achieved in their fullness. Let me mention that before I started getting into problems with the Kenyan government over the freedom of reading a book, I had been to the US and he had enjoyed a lot of freedom of speech. Listening to people like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and many other fighters for human rights and democrats and rights of democracy. Yeah, so the freedoms after reading or listening to speeches by American Democrats, I developed a dream, which was the freedom to be in a free country. A country as free as US or as Europe and so forth. And I would say, though we have acquired some freedom that now allows me to share this discussion with you.
Yeah. Koigi, even as you say this,
the fact
as
is
you know,
that the majority.
Yeah. As you know, a week and 2 days ago, Raila Odinga passed on. You were in
yes.
You were in detention under torture around the same times that he was for a lot of the same things that he was accused of. That you penned things as a journalist, that you fought for things as an activist, that you tried to entrench things even as a member of parliament. Those things that you fought for, those things that Raila Odinga fought for, did you feel that you were together in the trenches?
With Raila?
Were you fighting for the same things?
Because yes, we were fighting for the same things because I know that for the 9 years that he was in politics, he was also in conflict with the authorities. And that is why he was detained. That's why he was imprisoned for a whole 9 years. 9 years in Kenyan prisons. And it is the same reason for which I was myself detained and imprisoned for 13 years. In fact, Raila was a very good example of torture suffered by those who wanted to bring about change. In fact, every time I saw Raila, I was reminded of the askari that hit him in the face with a wooden chair, trying to extract information from him. And for nearly 9 years, Raila carried his injury as a marker of as a mark of what legacy of torture. So, Raila, therefore, I can say that he was a gallant fighter for democracy, for rights, and the other freedoms that go with the same struggle. So, yeah, I can say that we have, looking back at the 13 years, I can say for sure we are not where we started. But we are not where we wanted to go.
Koigi, when you talk about we are not where we started, but you're not where we ought to be at, just paint a picture of your aspirations as Koigi Nyamweya and other democracy fighters at the time, and the aspirations that you had for the country that is Kenya. You've talked about imitating democracies like the United States, like Europe, but just paint a picture of what it is you see in the country today and how that can be fixed and what it is you agitated for at the time.
What we fought for at that time was more or less the same things that people are fighting for today. But the trouble is that we seem to accept what we have as something to live with. So the spirit of activism is less here in Kenya than it was in the US, or what it still is in the US. So I feel sad because 13 years is a very long time to stay in, to fight, to be fighting for the same rights without achieving them. Yet it is quite clear that people want to be as free as people are in socio-democratic in countries where people are free to express themselves and are not. You don't have a government whose spirit is just to stop people from acquiring as much independence and as many rights as possible. So I will say that we have made some progress, but it is not such a freedom or such a dream that everybody feels we must have.
So I remember one of the things
we
that...
have to...
Sorry, go ahead.
I beg your pardon?
I mean, I was going to say, even as you say that, I remember one of the things that you said they can imprison my body, which they did for a very long time, off and on, but they can never imprison my conscience. And that there was the social justice that you fought for. And I remember watching videos where you said that you were going to cut off your dreadlocks if certain things happened. And as a sign of solidarity, or
specifically,
specifically, please, you can go ahead with that.
It was specifically until Moi was out of power. Then I would cut off my dreadlocks. And it shocked me when I went for a ceremony of cutting off my dreadlocks, and I found over 300 people who were at the same place for the same
reason, ceremony.
So the fact is that we have people who are as determined as possible, but on the overall, we don't have a country that will die for its desire for freedom and rights, advanced economy, and generally the right to life. If we had people of that caliber, I believe that we would move further in our march to Canaan.
Are you saying those people don't exist in Kenya today, Koigi?
I think they exist, but they are dormant. And I say so because I don't see any reason why people in Bangladesh or in Nepal should be able to have change by putting up a struggle that the Kenyans themselves can also put up. And I'm not saying that the struggle has got to be violent, but if need be, then let it be.
Koigi, you see,
you were going to say something.
Yeah, when you talk about the struggle of the country, and you've mentioned Nepal and Bangladesh and where it is, one is reminded of the situation that happened in Kenya in 2024 when Kenyans showed up to reject the finance bill. But that was followed by police brutality, disappearances of Kenyans. And one would argue that these are the things that you, together with other democracy fighters at the time, were fighting against, but that even in the current Kenya, these are things that continue to be seen. Now, when you talk about Raila Odinga and the person that you were together with, his death has seen Kenyans united, say on what he did. But do we embody the wishes that you, Raila Odinga, and others had in the struggle for democracy, some which we enjoy today through the Constitution 2010? Do we embody the vision that you had at the time?
Sometimes I have wondered whether we embody these rights and freedoms that we fought for 13 years ago. Because if we were as determined as we should be to achieve our rights and freedoms and dreams, 13 years, for example, is such a long time that no freedom would be unachievable if pressured by our desire for freedom. I think there is some laxity, or even the unfortunate thing that I see happening, where people start. Hello.
Yes, we're here, Koigi.
I have. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I was saying that 13 years is a long time for people to be fighting for democracy and not achieve it. And I was saying maybe it's because of our weakness to give in when we have a chance to get accommodated into the system, into the system that crushes our determination to be free. Sometimes it is because one of us has been given a job, money to buy a car, and many other personal things by which we are bribed and forced into giving up. Because one of the things that I have heard some people complain about Raila is the fact that he has been able to join the system in pursuit of self-interest. Something that cannot allow a country that engages in it and succeed in attaining the dream of freedom. So we have people like, I have also heard people compare Kenya with Singapore and wonder why Singapore was at the same level of development when we became independent. But as Singapore has advanced ahead of us, Kenya has continued to lag behind. Mainly because it has endured and allowed our government to sabotage our struggle without the necessary resistance to stop that sabotage of our struggle. So I think that we are not where Malaysia, China, Vietnam, in short, Asian economies, to catch up and even go beyond European economic development, and they are getting into the first world economically, politically, and even culturally. So I believe that if we have the will to be free, there is no reason why we cannot be free. And we have to make up our minds that we had better suffer detention, imprisonment, poverty, even resistance against corruption, and so forth. If we embraced the readiness, the readiness to suffer in order to be free, we shall be free. But not if we put front self-interest beyond collective beyond collective struggle and collective good, and which we must substitute with self-interest.
Koigi, I think it's interesting that you say these things in 2025 when you fought for these things 2015, 25 years ago. And it's interesting because today the world is asking Kenya about its human rights record and is asking Kenya to answer some questions. The things that you fought for a while ago and also received global recognition for that struggle. Is it ironic that today those questions are being asked of Kenya, kind of like if people had just listened to Koigi then, perhaps those things would have been sorted out? Would you feel that way?
Can you ask the question again?
So today, Kenya is being asked to answer about its human rights record, its justice questions. This is the same thing that you fought for 20 years ago. and were jailed for because you dared to ask questions. Is it strange that today the same thing you are fighting for is being demanded of Kenya?
Yes, I think it is strange because those things are easy. They can be won. They can be attained, because we need. If you look at other countries, the examples of which I had just given, they advanced themselves to the attainment of their entry into the first world, because they did not, once they started their struggle, they did not look back before they got what they believed was their right to attain. There is a story that is told on many forums about the difference between Singapore and Kenya. How Singapore was able to develop ahead of Kenya. And at one conference, the Prime Minister of Singapore asked, the Kenyan delegate to the conference asked the Kenyan asked the Singapore the question was asked the Prime Minister of Singapore by the Kenyan delegate.
Yes.
Something to the effect, what happened that Singapore was able to develop into the first world, when Kenya, which was at the same level of development with Singapore, continues to lag at the same point at which Singapore once borrowed the economic plan that we needed to develop ourselves, and which Singapore had borrowed to go and compare themselves with. So if Singapore could develop ahead of us without even firing a shot, it means that we can, with determination, we can get where Singapore is, but we must surrender our madness for self-gain and corruption, negative ethnicity, and so many other sickening values.
Koigi today, as a Kenyan
that
listens to
cannot
you,
allow any country to develop without giving them up.
Yeah, Koigi, today as Kenyans are listening to you speak, after going through the trenches to see the country get the constitution that they have today, the democracy that you fought for, human rights, what would be the message to all Kenyans, including the leadership that there is today, in terms of we have not gotten there, but we can't get there if we do A, B, C, D? What are these things and aspirations that you'd want Kenyans to jump on to see that country and to grant you that gift that you fought for?
I think what we need to do is to, first of all, understand what we need to be able to propel ourselves forward. And the most important of our needs is the acquiring of the leader, acquiring the leader that we need, or who something that we know about, but pretend not to have that leader that can propel us forward. Let me tell a very small story about attending a meeting at Kinamba in Nyahururu. And I had attended a meeting together with Moi to attend a meeting, after which I was welcomed for a meal. And I thought that I should take the opportunity to ask Moi whether, having taken power from Kenyatta, whether he was prepared to be Joshua, who would then take the country to the promised land. And Moi refused to answer my question 3 times. But before I stopped asking the same question again and again, I asked him for the last time whether he was willing to be Joshua, and who would secure us out of the desert into the promised land, into Canaan. And Moi gave me his last answer by warning me that if I kept on causing trouble among the sheep, that I would lie myself. I didn't take Moi seriously until after several years. In fact, until about I had been in for 10 years, and I I remember Andy Moy's warning against me, waking up sheep before when we didn't have a Joshua. A Joshua to take us to the promised land.
I know you've been with us. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add that other problems that we have to tackle or values we must acquire have to do with a better system that will shield us against our leaders' desire to be rich at whatever cost. We have problems of poverty, which we seem not to care about. We have problems to do with negative ethnicity, which we must erase before we can think of getting into Canaan. So I believe that if we have our determination to be free, and if we look for the Joshua among our leaders, then we shall have the right leadership to take us to Canaan. But if we ignore some of these problems, most likely we shall not get out of where we are. In fact, we might go backwards and find ourselves in Egypt.
Indeed.
Where we shall suffer the destiny of Pharaoh. The dictatorship, not the destiny. The dictatorship of Pharaoh. So it is really a matter of having the right leaders and the right people. Funny that I have to say the right people, because whatever we are doing, it is for the good and liberation of the people.
Absolutely.
So I don't know whether Kenyan people will listen. If they listen to what we need to do, whether they will be prepared to elect a Joshua to see them through to Canaan. Because the struggle must be won by a struggle that will be fought by both the people and the leaders.
Koigi, powerful lessons this morning.
Yes.
You have spared time to be with us to talk about these things that remind you of time gone by, and also the current position that Kenya finds itself. A rare sighting of you, and Kenyans just commenting this morning who are telling us that, We celebrate you now as we have the opportunity to, and some of the things that you've told us this morning, just reminding us the position that we must be in for the future. We want to thank you specially for taking the time to speak with us this morning. We look forward to any time that we can have it, and we would love to be able to share in this discourse with you in the future. So a very big thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning. Thank you. And thank you for what you've done, and thank you for what you continue to do.
I will be happy to visit you again.
Asante
sana.
Karibu.
Karibu sana. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Koigi Nyamweya, journalist, member of parliament, freedom fighter, activist, joins us from Nakuru this morning. And the things that he spoke about, pungent and poignant 20 years ago, and still as pungent and poignant today. Who's listening? To him who hears, will he take heed? Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday morning. It's 7 minutes past 10. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is expected to visit Mama Ida Odinga at her Bondo home to convey his condolences and solidarity following the passing of her husband, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Kalonzo, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Raila through the country's most turbulent moments and twice as its running mate, will be accompanied by several opposition leaders. The visit follows several others by delegations from across the country, including national leaders, governors and representatives of various cultural and religious groups who have been trooping to Bondo to condole with the Odinga family. KANU is today set to host leaders, policymakers and political thinkers from across the African continent for the 2025 Democracy Union of Africa or DUA Forum here in Nairobi. In a social media post, KANU Secretary for Policy and Legislative